That makes it more hilarious.
Joe Pesci is pretty fucking short.
Or standing.
So what? I didn't hear you.
She said she asked sitting or standing, which I don't. I assume.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's always sitting down. That's hilarious.
That's what I mean.
Welcome back, guys. Same show, same format, less TOS.
Yeah, far less TOS.
Far less TOS. We did not play the intro again. Spin and I need to get together and make a new intro that is more representative of the show that him and I have when him and I are together, which is not MAGA on the mic. Well, when he speaks, it is, but that isn't representative for everybody else.
And maybe not having him lip syncing to a female singer.
Yeah. Although we could keep the part where he's got two arms and then another arm.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. There's like a fucking hand resting on the fucking end table.
The one hand has 6 fingers, and then there's other hand. You're like, and I was like, "What's going on there, Spin? What are you doing? What are you doing?"
Hold up, there's another video of I think from what's that other channel he's part of? News Fast or whatever the hell it is. It's
his show with Clay.
Yeah, his wheelchair just goes through the fucking podium. Like it just
Yeah, I love doing that show too. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. So then the topic is the same, and it sucks too because we end up losing
all the momentum,
a heavy hand on one side. But I think we can do well to have the conversation.
Yeah. Because at this point, you got me and Clay and Joe Cool, who are all decidedly nonpartisan, and then Kraut Mick, who's conservative but not MAGA, and Ant, who also is conservative but not MAGA. We don't have a representative from the left or the right. So we're all just going to bash these really bad decisions that have been being made by Trump recently.
No. Maybe you guys are going to do that shit.
See, I don't necessarily agree that they're all bad decisions. Like,
dude, tell me
we've discussed about it. We've already discussed this.
The attorney general pick wasn't just fucking crazy, dude.
I don't know anything about the pick. I saw it.
It was his personal attorney at one point in time.
That's Blanche, right?
He came in and fired everybody and bragged that anyone who thought Trump lost that election, none of them still have a job. He bragged on that crazy shit.
And said he was Trump's personal attorney. And dude, it was wild. And fucking, we're like, holy shit. Couldn't believe it. And then the Epstein files, the guy refuses to even interview the fucking victims of the Epstein files, the ones that are surviving. And Trump has said he doesn't want that, and he wants that done. He doesn't want to talk about that shit. And
I think dude met him today though. I saw a headline. I didn't look into it, but they said they was set to meet the people from that shit today. I know he didn't commit to it
against this attorney general because he refuses to fucking talk to him. Even
he wouldn't admit to it then either. Dude was like, there was a
interview them about their experience and who they saw and what happened and things like that. He didn't even interview.
He was like, if there's anybody, of course I would have interviewed him. And
he already has that in the files.
I don't know that part, but if they had already been interviewed, I don't know why then that they would as a group say we haven't been interviewed.
I don't know.
These are different people.
People say a lot of shit just to get in the news.
Do you remember the last Senate hearings where all of those people stood up and say they'd never been talked to? It's a bunch that ain't never been talked to. Remember, they all stood up and rose their hands.
Yeah. It's that group that stood up against this guy and said he refused to talk to us.
They say that doesn't mean there was any reason to talk to him in the first place.
Well, if they've never been interviewed, then why would there
I've
be
never been
any-
interviewed. Have you?
He said
but were you in
anybody who
were
has
you a
something to
victim
say,
in the Epstein?
he
Were
would-
you?
That's
a
my
victim?
point. We don't know any of these people. We don't know they're
Well,
other than them claiming to be victims. We don't know they're victims.
until you interview
Supposedly
him,
they're
right?
supposedly they're named victims in the Epstein files.
All right. Well, I'm just saying I'd like to know like some kind of verification for that instead of just taking them at their word.
The verification here, hold on. Here's the verification.
I've been busy farming.
Huh?
They were at the Senate hearings and they were in the audience.
Okay, look, if they got that far, I'll grant it because I know that's not something you're just walking in on, right? You can't just go
Right.
to a Senate hearing.
Right. So they invited them there to rebut the argument that you talked to everybody
thank you for
and you wanted to
validating that.
talk to everyone.
See, thank you for just entertaining me and validating that because that's all I was asking for. Usually that's all I want is something that backs up what's being said.
I dig it.
I'm not a crazy person. I'm not trying to be an asshole. So I might be a crazy person. And I might be an asshole. But
in this crazy world,
Well, yeah, never mind. I
rare.
might be crazy and an asshole, but I reason it through.
It's
something
logic.
like that.
My logic is undeniable. I had a question. I was wondering if we couldn't, because it wasn't very long, right? The video. Do you think we could like do like a little watch party here, and we can pause it at any point in time? Do you think we could do maybe that?
Spin is the one who plays those. I am technologically handicapped, and I don't know where he gets these things from that don't get strikes. And I'm notoriously Uncle Ted Talks, dude. I swear to God, if somebody else like whistles Dixie in the background, we get a strike. They're like, "Oh, that's copyrighted music."
Right. Okay. So these particular ones. So, in this one, I will tell you because there's no like Lee Greenwood or God bless the USA.
Right. But I'm just saying I'm not good at this. We just got to get. Spin should, I assume, be back in a minute.
Okay.
After he
Adam, can you move your mic a little bit?
Oh, that might be my fan.
Until then. Continue until then.
I'll sweat my ass off a little bit for you guys.
I apologize. It was just driving
No,
me
you're
crazy.
good, man. I get it. I get it. I didn't think you guys would be back on tonight. I was so happy to see that. I scrolled by. I was like, yes, sir.
We discussed it, and Spin not happy.
All right. Well, let's try to do the.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, I'm looking to see what else happened today that's worthy of talking about. Also,
there's a lot of big news, by the way.
Oh shit!
I got a question real quick.
what we got?
I forgot to follow up on the Starship launch.
Oh, I saw that earlier. I mean, I didn't watch it, but I heard about it.
No,
I don't know what happened. I saw it was like an hour and a half. I got distracted with other stuff and I realized I never checked back on it. It's got to be over by now.
Let me ask you guys real quick because I actually caught up on Trump's little speech. Do you believe any of what he's saying could be true?
I didn't actually see the speech. So.
All right. Hold on, I'm fine. CBS. See, here's the problem. Which channel is he playing it from? That's not getting us struck.
I got you.
Cool. Because that's my problem. I'm like, dude, I'm so bad at this shit. I started out as a TV show and I had producers and stuff. Hey, I don't know how to do that stuff. I just yap.
Well, that's right. That's what happened. I was watching Gibbs's debate.
Who's Gibbs debating?
That's right.
No, Gibbs is moderating.
Oh, Gibbs is moderating.
There it is. And actually, Kraut, you actually had it right, by the way. I just mentioned that we don't actually, because this is actually a fully public. Like,
yeah, that's what we need. Yeah.
Yeah, YouTube does not even care.
Yeah, it's
this
fucking.
specific.
Where you got it? Throw it up.
Oh, in the back chat.
Oh, in the back? All right, my bad. My
Private
bad.
Yes, sir.
All right, I got it. All right, hold on.
I don't tend to watch speeches.
I had to learn. that my producer originally made fun of me because he's like, when you look at your things at your computer, you tilt your head back like you're looking underneath glasses, even though you're not wearing any.
I think
I gotta
tilt
back
my
out in a
head
second and
too.
join so I can connect my equipment to the audio.
Yep.
Yeah, this is fully public. You can go full screen with it if you need to or want to or whatever. And we'll,
Yep.
I'd like, yeah, you got to skip ahead past the to where you see him.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murders, many of whom killed more than one person. We had transgender for everybody, men and women sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week, it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nations policy because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act
That makes no
responsibly.
sense, man.
Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov, this will ultimately reduce the cost of healthcare. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of healthcare is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to trumpaccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border
it's not
in
possible.
the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We
Are
won
you
in
telling me
Venezuela,
before
which
he
is now
got here,
working with
we
us
did
to
not have
produce
that?
millions
Yeah,
and
we
millions
already,
of
the
barrels
murder
of oil.
rates have been on the
We are
news
likewise
line
winning big in
since the
Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure. One where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes, and really exposes like levels never thought possible, to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting
That
this
sounds
evening and
so
fully
untrustworthy.
confirm their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out.
We came
Our
up with these
purpose in
stats and had some
disclosing this
people look at them,
information is
is
not
what I
to
heard.
weaken confidence in election, but
You got to
to
look at
earn
you
that
got to look at what
confidence
you
by
presented before you say
confronting
what you
vulnerabilities and
did.
correcting them very, very
You know,
quickly. And that's what we're doing.
none of us have
The
yet.
documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That
That's damn
information
near
includes
everybody in
names,
the. Oh,
addresses, phone
yeah, that's
numbers,
most people in
political
the
party
country, right?
preferences,
That
and
is
other
more than that's
sensitive
people
data
that don't even
that
vote.
would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. they did not disclose to me as president or to
Yeah,
anyone else. And to the best of our
Google
knowledge,
says it
they
ain't
did
even
not
230
inform
million
Congress. In
people
fact,
registered to vote.
all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country. A standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually the president has done a great job. And they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bag. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden,
Of course you
to
are.
fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people.
For the
Yet
win,
concealing China's meddling was
outside
only the
already, so
beginning.
I want to take a
The
peek.
third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems. Dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it? Made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026. This is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to
Is he
digitally alter
justifying
vote totals in ways
kidnapping
that could
Maduro
not
now?
be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned. They couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review, state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls. And yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a
They want to
great
keep it
country, and
going.
it's true. You
6
can't have a
years
great
later,
country without
they want to
free
keep
and
it
fair
going.
elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody, and it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any
If you
other
ain't
way.
guilty, let me
This
search your
landmark
car.
bill requires that all voters must show photo, voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo, voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together, we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
God bless you. God bless you.
All right, and I do already have pulled up what the White House has given us on whitehouse.gov. Welcome to the golden age. I do not want to join now. Thank you. Where's the X on that? Oh, you suckers.
When you open the page itself, you'll see a pop-up. So if you back out and then come back into it, the pop-up for the downloads actually happen. It should be a pop-up. I don't know why.
Bro.
Yeah.
All right, now where do I need to go from
Oh,
here?
no. Okay, you hit the wrong link. Go back again.
Go back again.
And then hit whitehouse.gov. As soon as you hit the White House, there it is. View documents.
View documents. That's the same damn place we just went.
Yeah, isn't it crazy?
Hey, Joe, man, is it really out of the realm of possibility for you that these China and them are doing all this just because you want to be like, oh,
sure
Trump,
of it. The
Trump,
answer is,
Trump.
I'm sure they're doing it. That's the answer. I know they're doing it. I've been hearing that they've been doing it all of this time, right? They've always
okay. I
said
thought you
China's
meant
been
like
attacking
when
us.
you were laughing earlier. I thought you were like, oh, Trump full of crap.
Oh, he is full of crap. Everything he's doing is just used to his own advantage. A lot of my snickering would be just the way he's using shit. He's just it was so
I get it
crazy.
now. But you did have me laughing though. Yeah, you had me chuckling.
So we got election integrity, ensuring the integrity of our elections, blah, 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 following 2020, blah, blah, blah. Vulnerabilities in electronic voting and ballot counting systems. All right, that looks like a hyperlink. We'll give it. Nope, it is not. I cannot. China's acquisition and exploitation. I also cannot click this.
No, you are clicking it. What it's doing is when you click it, it actually downloaded it.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm actually over here doing it right now as well. So yeah, when you go, you hit the.
Okay. I see. Here it is. It just popped it up low. I see what happened. So
no, that's not it.
This isn't vulnerabilities in electronic voting and ballot counting system.
When you clicked those, when you go back up to the top.
Yeah. Those things.
Those are summaries. The four there, right? Those are actually files that you're downloading to your computer when you click.
Where did that happen at?
Yeah, you probably didn't see it.
I see it. Recent download history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been over here working on it right now. The same thing, right?
Can you guys see what I'm right now? Jesus fucking Christ.
Right. Holy redaction.
We got we got Clay on
Holy
IT.
redaction, Batman. That's all I can say, bro. I'm already over here looking at this shit. So yeah, you download it, and it's just clicking each button. And there's 4 files. Okay, they come in a compressed file, so you actually have to pull.
What the fuck? You released what? You released 23 words of non sequiturness?
Yeah, holy fucking redaction, Batman. For real.
Hold on. I'll pull up the thing. The actual. This is what we're looking at here, folks.
The China one is fucking hilarious.
This is
bro.
his huge.
That's the China one, yeah, bro. Oh my god.
Look at this. So in the first page, we get to see analysis on U.S. voter registration information from 18.
Wow, it gets worse.
To conduct the U.S. personal matching and public opinion analysis. All this redacted, declassified by counsel to the president, warring on the 10th of July, 2026. And then the next page says the PCR, and then a bunch of black, and then analysis on black, U.S. voter registration from 18 states, black. It's obtained from the black voter registration records from the black midterm elections, black.
Redacted.
Yeah, you could not make any rhyme or reason out of anything that you pulled out of this. This is like the fucking Mad Libs fills you in.
It's like the Epstein files.
That was horrible. That was just.
In the world.
Why even put that up there? Why embarrass yourself like that and put that up there? I don't even know.
I got my ballot in the mail.
Well, that was worth the time.
Our favorite slave masters here.
Yeah, don't get them started on that again.
Yeah, and remember, no more fucking TOS.
Yeah, we already had the TOS once for that, something like that. Like, yeah.
Yep.
P's and Q's, folks. P's and Q's.
I mean, he did say that there's going to be like 4 drops. So this is just the first drop. Do you think that anything's going to be different than the others?
No, there are 4.
Oh, I thought it was 4 phases.
No, there's 4.
No, it was 4.
So it's only 4 files. Oh, all right.
4
so
files.
It's the non-citizens on state voter rolls. Well, we can look at that one.
Yeah, let's look at another one. Yeah.
All right, non-citizens on
the Michigan
state
one's
voter
still transferring for me, by the way. So I don't know how much is in there, but the rest of them are pretty easy to pull.
I don't know if mine's still downloading. There it goes. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we want alien voter registration summary or the voter registration database threat? Alien.
No, I don't want a threat. We know there's a threat.
We want the alien voter registration summary.
Yeah, let's try that.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, can you guys see this? No, you can't.
No.
Okay. Alien voter registration summary. Preventing alien voting. National security investigations. The Department of Homeland Security has initiated multiple investigations related to allegations of non-citizen voting and registration. Review of the first set of public voter files from states that have not utilized the SAVE system revealed over 250,000 non-citizens. Dude, this looks like shit for like when the Jesus people leave the stuff in the toilets and the truck stop.
Right, I know, right? With the headlines like that,
Over 250,000 non-citizens are illegally registered to vote in just the 4 states for which public data files have been reviewed. State election officials in California, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Nevada have been notified of this serious threat to national security, and DHS stands ready to support their efforts to identify and remove ineligible registrants. The investigation is expanding to include multiple additional states. In addition, DHS will support the Department of Justice's review of voter files obtained pursuant to their enforcement authority under the National Voter Registration Act of 1993 and help the America Vote Act of 2002. States that protect federal elections. numerous proactive, conscientious states officials have successfully utilized free services offered by the Department of Homeland Security to assist election officials in identifying non-citizens who have registered or voted in their states. In the short time that the enhanced save system has been available to states, 10 have states processed their full voter ID. That was bad wording. As of July 22nd, 2026, a total of 25 different states processed more than 68 million registrants through records through the SAVE system. The DHS has enabled those states to identify over 400,000 deceased registrants and 28,000 non-citizens who illegally registered to vote, as demonstrated by the sample data to the right. And we'll go through that after I read this paragraph. As demonstrated by the sample data to the right, those states are serious about ensuring that the U.S. citizens vote in U.S. elections. DHS applauds their efforts to prevent non-citizens from registering and to remove ineligible registrants who unlawfully register. And I'm sorry, but he said that he was releasing classified files, and this is definitely propaganda. That's trying to push a narrative. And so the proactive state users are Georgia, Ohio, Tennessee, Texas, North Carolina, Idaho, Alabama, Missouri, Louisiana, and Kansas. And according to this, Georgia had 42,776 deceased citizens, 2,549 non-citizens who were registered to vote. Ohio, 59,774 deceased, 769 non-citizens. Tennessee, 37,850 deceased, non-citizens, 1,009. Texas, 111,573 deceased, 2,296 non-citizens. North Carolina, 34,622 deceased, non-citizens, 1,599. Idaho, 4,328 deceased, non-citizens, 49. Alabama, deceased 33,165, non-citizens 465. Missouri 10,660, non-citizens 1,112. Louisiana 15,231 deceased, 419 non-citizens. Kansas 10,197 deceased, 449 non-citizens.
Those are probably all the biggest numbers. So 400,000 sounds.
Well, it says that that's the states that have agreed to this program, and this is what they found in those states so far. So then, let me finish it. There's only two more little paragraphs. Several other proactive state officials have also signed a memoranda of agreement with the USCIS to utilize the SAVE Act and have processed portions of their state voter rolls. Unfortunately, due to the actions of the activist Judge Sparkle like many of this service of the USCIS has been suspended pending approval. As a result, U.S. citizens are at risk of having their vote diluted by ineligible alien voters. Unambiguous contrast. There is an undeniable pattern emerging as DHS begins to unravel the horrific damage done by the open ported
This nigga's horrible
of the Biden administration. States that have adopted alien first policies instead of American first policies have a disproportionate number of non-citizens on their voter rolls. I cannot believe that our intelligence agencies
came up with this. Right?
We're hiding this piece of paper from the American public.
Yeah, it's a memo. It's a memo. And on top of that, I don't know if you noticed those states that it listed, they're all red states.
Oh God!
Wow, and that's interesting. And if those are the high ones, I'm assuming he would put forth the high numbers, or the ones he was most interested in. It was 1,000 people per state, non-immigrants registered, which I couldn't give a fuck less about, and certainly I wouldn't be ringing no bells.
Total, it said.
It was 10. Well, according to that, the math. The ones they showed, I came up with 10,000 total.
Right,
That
sort
was
of
not
thing.
that was not a motherfucking declassified document.
No,
Get
that was a
the
memo.
fuck out of here.
That was
Yeah,
a
that was
propagandized memo.
propaganda
But
memo
the
from them and his
28,000
people.
was the big figure that they gave us in the paragraph.
Those
But
figures
Clay,
didn't add
you
up,
got to
though.
remember, you just said it was red states. That was all red states, but the blue states won't give up any information, period. These sanctuary cities and stuff like that. So that's why I believe that the Democrats are way more full of shit than Trump, because they go out of their way hard.
I mean, when the feds come in knocking on the door, you say, I'm not going to give it up. What do?
They haven't given nothing up. That I commend their tenacity. They haven't given shit up.
No, they haven't given up willingly, but the feds have came in and taken shit several
have
times.
they?
Yeah.
Who are you
Oh,
talking
all right, because I was like, bro, they ain't giving nothing up.
I'm not 100% to Ethan Moon. I think maybe Clay voted for Trump, maybe, and maybe Rocky, but I don't think
I'm not voting for them fuckers. No. Fuck no.
Yeah, like basically none of the panel voted for, maybe like one or two, but
I
for the
didn't
most
vote for
part,
Trump.
we
didn't vote for Biden. I didn't vote Obama. Fucking.
I mean, I support Trump. I didn't vote though. I didn't get a chance to, but I do support Trump. I mean, I took the lesser of two evils in my support, because I definitely didn't support Biden, and I definitely wasn't giving cackling Kamala any
You
love.
didn't take the lesser of two evils. You like Trump. That's the truth. He stands for the things that you believe in.
I like that he was a businessman.
Joe's dying to get a hard righty or a hard lefty to stand.
But that's the truth, though, man. I support Trump. It was just a lesser of two evils. No, you're glad he's kicking out immigrants, and you love that
I've never denied any of that. I've never denied any of that.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Rocky, don't dox your mail out to people. They'll see your address. Don't do that.
No doxing, even for yourself. Yep. Now, this is my question: have we seen an or declassified document yet?
Well, so far we might have, but we have no idea what that person was. Right? It could be my grandmama's bacon recipe for all I know. I don't know what that was.
The memo.
I'd have been more convinced with like an apple pie recipe being there than that.
That wouldn't have even made a good ad libs. Like, Jesus. 90% of it was fucking blacked out. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Classified it and showed it to us.
And the rest of it was not in a row, so you still can't make sense of it.
Yeah.
There's a few words this and more black.
Like basically the first so many words that I read were just the words that I read in the headline. I'm like, so it's just stuff from the headline that's not declassified, like those exact words.
That's why I say he's so evil. He's the type of guy that will release a document like that. So in his statement, he can say, I'm going to release classified documents and not have lied. And everybody, no one pay attention, and everybody's going to repeat what he said. It must have happened. He released the document.
Dude, there was not that much redacted in the JFK files, man.
I know, right? Mole landed.
I was kind of disappointed with the JFK files. I thought we were gonna get some bombshell shit.
No,
I was like, hell yeah, release that shit.
He had to draw away attention, and then also there's like the whole reason that there's that 40-year law there, because it's 40 years after those after these events that you can do FOIA these things out like that.
Right.
You can even ask for it. And the reason it's 40 years is because the active power people are usually dead. And so you can't hold anybody liable anyways.
Right.
Like, so if some of them people are still kicking, which there's like dudes like freaking Kissinger that get a heart transplant like every couple of years. He's like, bring another young brown boy and give me his heart. Like, like where's this guy?
I wouldn't be surprised if they get down like that, though.
Dude, straight up, like fucking, how are you gonna get this many fucking heart transplants, bro? Like, you make it to the head of the list every time. Like, where are you sniping hearts from? Fucking you weirdo.
He went over to Africa to the Obubu tribe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're taking marks from people somewhere,
Oh,
dude.
it's on your driver's license. You put a donor, and they can.
Yeah, but why is he the first at the head of the list every
Yeah.
time? That's a very limited.
You can buy because you can buy organs from hospitals.
Why do you know this, Rocky?
I researched.
Which
when
one?
they check, when they,
I don't think you want an answer to that question.
I'm asking for a friend, Rocky.
People's organs.
I researched it.
Which hospitals, Rocky? I'm asking for a friend.
He needed
all hospitals. If you put on your, if you got a heart on your driver's license,
He like hurts one of their kidneys or something, he can replace it.
You know how hard it is not to crack a joke that I want to on him with this transplant stuff? We all let me say it in an indirect way. We all know what I can't say about Rocky, and that's where they're getting the hearts.
Wow, he want to call you hard on,
no.
Rocky. That's crazy.
What they do is if you on your license you get that heart, they look for that when you get in a car accident. If you get a head injury, what they've changed the definition of death from your heart stopping to being brain dead. So if you get a brain injury and go into a coma, they'll put you in a coma just so they can do it. But a coma means you're brain dead. But people come out of coma and you're not dead yet. But that's why they changed the definition.
I don't think that's the point Balderson's making. He's saying, why is he on the top of the list all the time?
Shut the fuck up and stop interrupting me, you fucking punk ass bitch. Now listen, this is real. That's where they get it. And then they charge you for being in the hospital. They charge your family for being in the hospital, and then they sell the organs on the market, open market.
Simmer it down a few notches though, Rocky. You don't need to jump right to that. You could maybe like just ask him to not interrupt you while you're talking or let you finish.
Okay.
He's all right, Balderson. I was being a bit of a dick.
Well, you were, and I didn't say that he shouldn't have said something to you, but to jump right to that, we do try to have a little more reasonable panels here, Rocky, as long as we don't got you on there talking about owning people and shit like that.
That's biblical. That's a biblical.
You want to see some more redactions?
We got it, bro.
Yeah, you want to see more redactions? Go to the NICM China one, and it's in the. Let me see which file it's in. The vulnerable in electronics.
Oh, I can't wait to see a bunch of black lines.
Yeah.
Chinese acquisition and exploitation in that file. Do you know which one?
The vulnerable file, and then NICM China.
Okay, I got the vulnerable file open. Vulnerabilities in electronic voting. Do I need to open that one then? Yep. Okay.
Yeah,
and I see China steps to influence election. Is that what I'm looking for?
Yep.
Okay. Windows cannot complete the extraction. The destination.
Oh yeah.
Is too long.
I'll tell you what. I'll bring it up for you. That way, you can just kind of let me see. That way, because you got to extract it with these big files. They put all of it into a zip file. Share screen. Window. Do that right there. Boom. There you go.
Here you are.
So you guys can see it.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow, there's actual words.
Yeah. So I'll read it. Since it's small for you. National Intelligence Council memorandum. This is a memo, not a document. Alternative analysis.
Not a classified document that he's released for the public for the first time.
Yeah. 16th October 2020, by the way. Making the case that China has taken some steps to influence the presidential election. Scope note, this memorandum was prepared by the National Intelligence Officer for Cyber and the Director Election Threat Analysis. It offers an alternative perspective to the IC's assessment that China has not attempted to influence the outcome of the 2020 presidential election. It was provided to the IC for comment before publication, but is not an IC coordinated memorandum. The NIO for cyber and
that block is fucking not complete.
Yeah. Well, this is the funny part about it, right? So yeah, I mean, like, I'm already like starting to get some redactions. The NIO for cyber, that's probably like the name of whoever it is. The NIO for cyber and the director for election threat analysis, DETA, assesses that Beijing has taken at least some low-level exploratory steps to undermine the president's re-election chances by denigrating him and shaping voter perceptions. Their assessment differs from the IC's judgment that Beijing has considered but not deployed influence efforts to affect the presidential election. The NIO and DETA assess that Beijing's efforts probably have included overt messaging, nascent online covert influence capabilities, diplomatic measures, and the use of economic leverage. They assess that these efforts probably have not included the use of Beijing's most aggressive options for influence or interfering in the election, block, because Beijing wants to minimize the risk of blowback and hopes to stabilize the relationships after the election. The NIO and DETA have low to medium confidence in these assessments because
low to medium confidence.
Much of the available reporting would be consistent with either the mainline or alternative view because it's somebody else's viewpoint. I see mainline judgments. the IC including the NIO for East Asia and other NIC officers, assesses Beijing has not deployed influence efforts intended to change the outcome of the U.S. presidential election. Block. The block that Chinese leaders desires stability in the U.S.-China relationship, and believe that they have a range of tools that can achieve their goals regardless of who wins the election. The IC also assesses block that the election of either candidate will present opportunities and challenges for China, probably informs their risk calculus against influencing the election. The IC assesses that Beijing prefers to respond to U.S. actions with restraint to show resolve and preserve the ability to repair relations after the election. Big
Big
giant block.
Wait. So far, I got one sentence. So far, he said they did find interference, and they explained it. It was they degraded him. So that was interference.
And then they said that their confidence in this information is low to medium.
Yeah, because it's somebody else's view.
And they said, we do believe that they do have more serious shit they can use, but we don't even think they use it. They'd rather keep relations good. So far, that is my assessment of what I've heard.
With a big block on whatever that information was.
Yeah.
It is nice to see a large power fearing blowback, though.
Yeah.
Well, there's another large block coming.
Yeah,
like we can't even have one singular word out of that block. There's not even like one innocuous word that's like and or something.
Shit. This, by the way, this memorandum was prepared by the National Intelligence Officer for Cyber and the Director Election Threat Analysis. Questions may be directed to the NIO. So if you have any questions, contact your NIO. Classified by blank, you'll never know. Derived from blank, you'll never know. Declassified on blank, you'll never know. Blank in blank 2019 blank assessed that hostile forces could fabricate claims that Beijing was interfering in the election to demonize China, and that no matter who won the election, Washington's hardline policies against Beijing were unlikely to change. Blank, Chinese, blank, noted that Beijing should avoid giving Washington any pretext to scapegoat China and to claim that it was interfering in the election blank in blank 2020 blank. Also assessed, despite the president's attempt to blame China to divert attention from the pandemic and his electoral prospects, that managing tensions without causing irreparable damage to bilateral relations over the next 6 months remained in China's interest. Blank. Chinese leaders may have decided that there is little point to taking the risk of an influence because they believe their preferred outcome is probable. As early as blank this year, Chinese blank assessed that the pandemic and economic downturn had diminished the president's re-election prospects, and since then Beijing has been planning for either electoral outcome and conducting outreach to both candidates and their campaigns. Blank, the IC has seen no indication, that Beijing is engaged in any effort to influence the outcome of the presidential election, nor has it observed activity that it assesses likely the result of such an effort. Beijing, while we have seen Beijing develop other options that could be used to influence the election, we have not seen these capabilities.
They haven't done nothing, but we're sure they can.
Yes. Claimed. We have no idea who this person or organization, whoever the frick it is, claimed that China had not interfered with the U.S. election and recommended that China speak and act circumspectly when faced with U.S. assertions about Chinese and Russian interference.
Yeah, of course there's blanks there, right?
To prevent the U.S. president's re-election by expressing his base big blank. We don't know. We have no fucking clue what they're saying.
Actually, I do have a clue. It'll be somebody may saying something very embarrassing about Trump. That it won't be nothing heavy. It is just someone here, that fat piece of shit. I hope he loses and he's embarrassed and he blanked it out. I guarantee you that type of shit is what's being blanked out.
This is some declassified documents here, so gotta totally
his
respect
people put it together. That's they're the ones who did it.
I feel like they just said the same shit over and over again.
He did. This is the same shit they said on
the same
top.
shit from the previous page.
It's like every paragraph is just said the same shit said differently.
They made fun of me. That's how he said.
The definition of propaganda, dude. All of this is just the definition of propaganda.
This
and
NIO.
he's pretending like he's released massive secrets to the fucking public so we could see some real.
I mean, like all I've heard Clay say is blankety blank blank. Trump's feelings are hurt. Blankety blank blank. They said some mean shit. Blankety blank blank. Big blank. We can't tell you what they said, but blankety blank blank. He's pissed.
Okay, and alternative perspective indicators of influence efforts. Blank, the NIO, whoever the hell that is, by the way, I just don't know who
the guys
NIO
who put
is.
this together.
DETA agreed with the large majority of the IC's judgment about China and their calculus and approach to the election. They assess, however, I got to get rid of that. That's a public safety alert coming in. I'm trying to get rid of it. Okay, there we go.
We already got enough rid of. Stop trying to blankety blanket.
They assess, however, that the IC's judgment that no element of the Chinese government has taken any steps to influence the presidential election.
He's telling us more they have not done shit than actually done shit so far.
Yeah, at least through the summer. They also have less confidence than the rest of the IC that China's preparation for blank influence efforts were not carried out blank, given contradictory reporting blank. I have no idea. Why would they?
The words that you're saying in between these blanks don't make it sound good. It makes it sound like, once again, there's a lot of low confidence in this information.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We
And this
we
is a memo.
don't and we don't even think they do it. You know,
And
they
this is
keep
your
going back to that.
propaganda- This is your propaganda memo, and that's you have shit
Yes,
like
this is your heat. This would be your heat. Yes.
These blanks right here down at the bottom that are redacted, not fully released at all in any way.
Go
shape,
for it, Adam. No problem.
Those are going to be reference material.
I'll be back, guys.
You know, so hey, if it's reference material, we definitely need to blank that out. Blank again, NIC, National Intelligence Council. Okay, the NIO assess blank over the summer. They just assess over the summer, by the way. I don't know if you realize that. Private sector, it's like a bunch of blanks in there. Private sector and open source reporting on influence activities already underway suggests that the Chinese government has been engaging in at least some level of
suggest
targeting U.S. voters and candidates. I mean, it's
by making fun of Trump. That's what you bet they repeat that. That's how they fuck with the vote.
Now, here's the kicker: with the knowledge that their activities could have an effect on the election outcome, right? See, they're aware.
So now you're ascribing intent.
Yeah, intent. There it is. Mens rea. Yeah. Blank. Beijing began taking unspecified steps around blank 2020 to damage the U.S. president's re-election.
What the fuck do you mean unspecified? This is the documents that's supposed to specify.
What the fuck? That's we don't really know. Can't be very specific.
But they did some shit. We're sure of it. There's some things suggest that they did some stuff. We can't specify.
Re-election campaign in response to U.S. pressure on China's blank technology sector, not just any technology sector, but the blank technology sector. Blankety blankety blank blank blank. Planning discussions among blankety blank blank blank.
Is For the Win hiding? I can't even see the chat. Is he hiding right now?
Oh shit! Officials to respond after the blank. By the way, officials to respond. U.S. pressure were taking.
Night, thanks, brother.
By taking place at increased frequency, and the senior leaders expected China's semiconductor industry would continue to be damaged if the U.S. president were reelected. Unspecified Chinese government officials blankety blank.
See, they said something bad about him. If he's elected, it was
some people did, man. We don't know. We can't specify who it, but there was
pretty
definitely
sure they were Chinese.
Yeah, they didn't like Trump. They didn't like Trump.
They had the slanty eyes, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, I can't tell them fucking Chinese apart.
They all look alike.
It's a problem that the fucking ambassadors fucking send us the fucking intelligence, and it just says, yeah, short guy, black hair, yellowish skin.
Their claim is that he said if Trump is elected, it's gonna be bad for our computer industry, our silicon chip industry.
Have names.
Sounds like absolute evil sinistry. In order for them to say that about him, if Trump's elected, it's gonna fuck with our chip business.
Yeah, that's not just geopolitics being discussed. That's nefariousness.
Nefarious, absolute nefarious is just sin. Yeah.
Holy fuck. This is
okay.
I've read some shitty declassified documents. I'm a conspiracy theorist type guy. I read the declassified documents on Hitler that were pretty wild. Right. This is insane. This is just dumb.
Unspecified. And this is literally
dumb.
Unspecified Chinese government official blank that blank Chinese blank expected relief from the sanctions.
Them fuckers.
If as a result of their efforts, U.S. resolve weakened or a candidate from a named U.S. political party were elected instead of the president being reelected.
Oh boy, this one's going to give us a lot of information.
blank 2020, the blank, big blank, by the way, recommended that China collected derogatory black materials. Ooh, black materials.
Joe,
No, we're not going there. Black, blank, blank, and blank official which the blank recommended China sensationalize at the appropriate time. Blank, 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 blank.
They called me names again.
Yeah. Blankety, blankety, blank, blank. He was orange. Blank, blank. That was actually added. I just added that. I was not actually reading that he was.
I'm actually writing a book. It's going to be like 1,000 pages, but a lot of it's going to be redacted, so there's only going to be like 2 or 3 pages.
For your own safety, we're going to redact all of this novel.
It's for your convenience.
And you're going to call the book "The Meaning of Life," and then you're going to open it up.
Yep, that's your
right. Blankety blank blank blank. Therefore, blank, blank, blank.
The true meaning of life is given to me by God Himself on high.
Right, personally.
Okay, so this is interesting because the U down here looks just like the U up here, like right here. In this, I don't know if you see that U in parentheses is the same U, I would imagine. I have no idea what this means, but I'm going to guess it has something to do with this U.
Right. Like an appendix type thing or a attachment, a
reference
thing. Not appendix.
Look, hey, here's a U. There's a bunch of U's. Why is it all about you?
I wonder if it's not all referencing the same source as where this shit came from.
Gotta be right. Here's the thing. It says IC terminology, right? So it's literally about the same shit. I have no idea what the blank is, but it's essentially an IC terminology or something about a reference.
He released a document that said, "We believe the Chinese pose no threat outside of calling you names," and he goes on TV to tout it like it's some secret shit.
Orange, quit looking like a fucking 90s stripper named Tiffany.
Wasn't TikTok owned by China?
Yeah.
And then the Chinese, they weren't allowed to watch it, but it was only in America they let TikTok. But
I think that was propaganda.
They watch a different version.
Dude, what it was that fucking because it was owned by China, fucking all the things happening in Palestine were getting aired on TikTok. And fucking they couldn't handle that shit because that's mostly what drove the current anti-Israel sentiment. And now fucking the TikTok that is being allowed now again because it's owned by a giant Israel supporter. Fucking so
one of Trump's buddies, by the way.
Yeah, and one of Trump's buddies.
Okay, so this is apparently some type of definition. That's what I'm guessing. So IC terminology, that would be definition, right? Because it's got the colon here.
Yeah.
Yeah, election influence.
What these mysterious terms are, which are probably all in black.
Yeah, the black, it says election influence is, I'm guessing the term we're defining here. It says election influence includes overt and covert influence, activities of foreign governments or actors serving as agents of or on behalf of foreign governments intended to affect directly or indirectly a U.S. election, including
that's very vague.
Yeah, including candidates, political parties, voters, or their preferences, or political processes. That's what election influence is. So you, as a voter, or your preference or political process is an election influence, according to this.
That's making TikToks and Lego movies about him is now considered political interference or whatever he's calling it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anything.
If you make a fucking video of him eating a bag of Cheetos and then rubbing his face, that is election interference.
Teletubbies are election influence. Yes. And election actually it has a definition for election interference.
Especially if you're Chinese.
Election interference is a subset of election influence targeted at the technical aspects of the election, including voter registration, casting and counting of ballots, and reporting of results. So counting ballots, reporting the results, casting your ballot, voter registration, technical aspects, all of that is election interference, according to this.
Right, but not just making fun of the president.
Right. So, like, you cast your vote, right? Guess what? You just interfered with an election. According to this, that's literally the terminology. You interfered.
What do you think?
Supposedly, I don't believe in elections, but supposedly you're going to sway it when you cast a vote for sure.
I mean, yeah, that's
and I think he's saying that even making memes and shit or some shit directing at vote casting can be counted as interference.
So does this mean that we're legally interfering in elections if we're voting or if we're registering to vote? Is it legal interference?
I think if we're criticizing the vote casting process, it's legal.
I'm waiting
under
for the
that.
smoking gun because so far it's been one of them fucking little kids' darts that stick on the fridge.
Has anyone asked AI to make a summary of this?
I'm gonna probably read
this. We're just reading it at verbatim. We're reading it word for word, Rocky.
Yeah,
for ourselves.
CNN was tearing it apart earlier, saying
Trump told us that this was a smoking gun, and we were getting to see with our own eyes declassified information
that showed interference with the 2020 election. We ain't seen none of that shit.
Now here's the question. Like, I mean, we've read enough of this.
I haven't even smelled fucking smoke or some wood getting hot yet, much less seen a fire.
And you lead with your good shit every time. You lead with your good shit.
This is probably, especially considering these are like supposed to be the smoking gun documents of all of the documents. I mean, he literally referenced China more than any other thing in here. So I would imagine I would find
and this is the China shit.
Yeah. Right. And here's the thing, folks, especially for those of you that don't know us. In this group of people talking right now, the gentleman reading it is a first amender and goes through government documents consistently. Joe is also a first amender that goes through government documents consistently. And
because of that.
Yeah, and I have went through government documents fairly consistently, so we kind of know what to expect and what we're looking at. Yeah. And fucking this is just absolute. There's nothing in here that the gun is not only not smoking, the gun is rusty and in a field in the ground somewhere.
No, this is a pop gun.
I like to use my free speech. I like to use my free speech.
You use your free speech, Rocky.
But be careful when you do
I
that.
just say, you guys study it, but I like to use mine.
Well, that's fine. Use it without doing TOS, though, brother.
So I mean, it's up to you guys. I mean, I could go on, but we could actually talk about more like
you could kill this anyway unless we
scroll down and let's see how much more
let's at least look at it to see what the reactions here, reactions here. Look, more reactions, folks. Redact. Hey, the biggest thing we can do is just understand that the government doesn't need to tell us anything.
What the fuck is this right here? What the fuck is this right here?
Okay, let's get into this.
Somebody pretending that this is in a classified document. Are you fucking serious right now?
Yeah.
Check.
This is a comparison on Chinese.
I gotta put my glasses on for this. Jesus.
Okay. I will go through the table here, because I don't even at this point.
This is really bad.
I want to see something, but I'm not seeing anything. At least let's get into the table a little bit. Let's see. Blank, the NIO for cyber and the director for election threat analysis, assess that Beijing has taken at least some low-level exploratory steps to try to undermine the president's re-election chances by denigrating him. It's just
exploratory low level. Where's the big shit?
You sent out the scouts, but you didn't actually send the army.
Where's the big shit?
Yeah, I mean, here's something. This is the craziest part. So this is supposed to be some type of table, right? So China has broad influence efforts in the United States diplomatic business media. IC judgment, check mark. Minority assessment, check mark. Oh, okay. So China
Dude,
China
I
puts
like
stuff
where they
out on
blacked
media.
out where a check mark is. Like what else would have been in that
Bro,
box? Like it's just a check mark, and you blacked
Probable
it out.
preference for Trump's defeat. Check mark on both, but there's some type of
Probable preference, not even definite preference. Yeah, they were probably anti-Trump, probably.
yeah. China doesn't like Trump. I mean, what are you gonna do? Like they
Probably,
don't like his business
probably
model.
not
They
definitively.
probably have a preference. 50-50.
Yeah, probably not definitively, but probably.
And let's be clear now.
Check.
This is diplomatic, business, and media. Right? This is kind of the thing right here. So I would assume that some of that may have some influence into whether they prefer his defeat or not.
Right.
Like what are we doing here? Considered an influence effort aimed at the president's election. Check mark. Prepared
Ooh, two green checks again.
Prepared options for influence effort in president's election. Check mark. Wait a minute. Prepared options for influence effort in. So you mean that they were like prepared to do something in case Trump got elected?
Yeah, but nothing happened.
Don't say it isn't so.
Yeah, prepared and fucking executed are two different things.
Right. Or like prepared to do what specifically?
Yeah. Like this is all conspiracy shit, dude.
Yeah, I mean, and that's bad coming from you, Ben. Holy shit!
And it's
That's
even
what I'm
saying
I'm a king in the conspiracy community. I'm an OG.
It's not even conspiracy of a big claim. It is a conspiracy that they may have tried a low-level thing. They don't even conspire the big shit.
We're
This
a
is
little bit worried, but
low-level
we're a lot of bit
conspiracy.
worried.
As a
Concerns
conspiracy
about
theorist
risk
guy,
versus.
I would not come with this case and present it.
Oh hell no, I'm not bringing this to a judge. I'm just not. Not on defense, not on offense. I don't want this document in here.
No.
We are gonna remove this from the case.
But it has check mark. It has green check marks. What do you mean? It's great.
Concerns about risk versus gain in any influence effort, particularly blowback if discovered. Check mark. Yeah, they're pretty sure about that, but they're not going to tell you why because they got black right there. Redactions.
What did you even have written in the check mark area? Why it's a check mark area? Why did you need a black thing?
Bro, it's wild. Prepared for victory by either Trump or they're prepared for either person to win.
Imagine a country was prepared for when either person wins. What would happen? Blah blah blah. Imagine that.
That's a revelation. The smoking gun.
How dare they?
It could be heads, it could be tails. We don't know, but we're prepared.
Right.
Oh, shit.
How dare they?
Avoided a whole government influence effort and any interference with U.S. election system. Guess what that is? Green check. They avoided it too, by the way.
What the fuck? Does that literally say they did not do it?
They avoided a whole government influence effort or any interference.
Right. As the government as a whole, China did not influence.
So the Chinese government did not. Maybe influencers and shit were shitting on them, but apparently the government themselves.
What the fuck? And that's got two green check marks. What the fuck? What? This is the least smoking of
got less smoking,
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he didn't do it, but we're gonna say he did it anyway.
This gun is a prop gun from.
There's a bang with a flag pop out. They go bang.
Intends public and diplomatic actions to undercut Trump's election. By the way, the IC's judgment here is an X.
Yes.
The minority assessment is a check.
That is interesting. IC is probably biased.
And then the last one, undertaken a few covert influence efforts to undermine Trump's re-election. X on the IC's judgment, by the way. And minority says yes.
So those actual last three things are the actual most important things in this entire thing, right? This one is the first one Clay read, the third one up that says, did they interfere with the government? No, they did not. Green check. They both agreed that didn't happen. They did not interfere with the government. That fucking What's the next one, Clay?
Intends public and diplomatic actions to undercut Trump in election.
So that means they are going to actually take action besides just talking shit about Trump. And fucking these guys say no, they're not going to do it.
Right.
And then the minority, which is just a couple people, like that could be one dude being like, yeah, no, they're really going to do it.
Yeah,
And then the next, and then the next one was what again?
The next one is undertaking a few covert influence efforts to undermine Trump's reelection.
So that's actually did it. That's
right.
Actually did it, and these guys are like, nah,
no.
But some dude in there was like, yeah, they did.
Yes.
That is your smoking motherfucking gun. That is your smoking
that's
gun.
Exactly what it is. Yeah, that's exactly what these last three are. These last three are saying, guess what? By the way, we actually don't find election interference and and all that stuff. So, like, hey, what are we gonna do here? We're just gonna say, yeah. We need a tits man on the panel.
They say CNN was saying those numbers he was talking about were when they buy your information on the open market, like everybody does. All these companies buy your information. That's the shit that they was talking about. He's like, everybody has your information. Yes, there's a leak every other week. Somebody gets 20 million people's information. He's talking about that and using it as numbers.
Was that the end of it, Clay?
Yeah, so that was number 7. Just so you know that there's apparently going to be a reference down here.
That is the smoking gun. We have sniff test this smoking gun, and this gun has never been fired.
Yeah.
There it is. Still on as much as I want to continue to read it, I am not going to. You can go read the rest of it for yourselves, and then what you can do is you can come to your own conclusion. And hey, you know what? Come up on the panel. Let us know your thoughts.
I'm sure he saved the best evidence and buried it at the very end somewhere.
You sir cannot come up on the panel.
Yeah, unfortunately, you cannot. And then also, if you like what you see, if you like what you hear, there's Ben's Cash App. You can super chat. Spin certainly, he would appreciate anything you can send. We are obviously funded by ourselves. We're not corporate or anything like that. So anything you can do is appreciated. Ben's a small farmer. Spin does news on his own without corporate media. We are all independent.
Ben shears llamas or something like that.
Anything you can do, appreciate it. But this right here
in that report, who's IC judgment? Who is IC?
Apparently, it's the intelligence community. There is a group of independent motherfuckers who try and put together and bridge the gap. I was reading up on it a second ago. Bridge the gap between them and somebody else. So I still don't know who the fuck they are.
It's the Intelligence Council, National Intelligence Council. And this is the memorandum. That's why it's called the NICM. This document is the NICM, and the IC is the Intelligence Council.
Yeah, they say they support the bidding of the National Intelligence Council. So whatever that means.
Yeah. So this is how this pans out.
Oh, okay. My man, I'm glad you showed me that.
Sharing.
Everybody's nice and calm. He's just laying there. She's just chilling out. Nice
and calm. She's not really holding him down. Whoever the other person is, they're not really.
Yep. He's just keeping her company, basically.
Yeah. And I can see now. You can see better and shit if you do it that way. I could see why it's not really a deficit. It may take longer, but
watch this. This is called the blanket. So this is the blanket cut, and this whole thing is the softest hair. It's like chinchilla hair or something, dude. And look, it all holds together, and you can just roll the whole fucking thing off of it. And you can see, like, while I'm doing it, that I'm actually feeling where their body is, so I can follow the contours.
Right, yeah. And you're getting in there. You're looking in there. You can get in there We had something similar, but not really, but similar. A competition we had when we would skin a rabbit. Who can get all the fur off in one piece? And we had got good. We could all do it in the end. In the beginning, it might be 50 pieces because we were little bitches pulling shit out of tufts. By the end, though, we pretty much had a coat, and then you pull it down over him and you chop the head off, and the entire fur casing has got the head wrapped in it. We got good, buddy. Yeah.
But
It
yeah,
is way
you
too hot for that shit, Rocky. You're making me fucking sweat.
Which you can see, you know, the alpacas, because of the way I'm doing it, the alpaca's perfectly chill. It's not kicking and fighting, or it's
I
just like
saw that. I was pretty like a dog laying there chilling.
What is that, Rocky Bear?
Yeah, my dog's laying right there too, and that's why this guy Owen Benjamin, the movie star, who he got into alpacas, and he's like, and he saw a video of me shearing because he was trying to learn about it, and he saw a video of me doing it like that, and everybody else does it with the machines, and their alpacas fight and buck and spit, and then he's like, "What the fuck's this guy doing? What the fuck is this guy doing?" And so then he went and started looking for my phone number, and that's how him and I became friends, is texting back and forth talking about farm shit.
Is that bear, Rocky?
No, this is a lamb.
Dude, if that was a bear, that'd be so badass.
Yeah, it's kind of a little bit sissy that it's a lamb, and I'm just gonna say that. But
this is like
do you think
this is like a northern person would have for his like his collar.
No, I bet it's comfortable. I bet it's super comfortable.
It's warm as hell.
Yeah, what are you doing? You're like in Texas or something, bro. It's way too fucking hot for that
You
shit.
would actually wear it this way.
Oh, that's right. You're not in Texas. I forget. You're somewhere else. I forget that.
This is rain. This is waterproof, and this is really warm. So,
hey, do you know who Bill reminds me of? All jokes aside, sirs, listen to the way he talks.
A little bit.
yeah,
It's
I'm
not
a bear.
as bad. Though. It's not as bad.
I'm gonna dress up as a bear and raid Benjamin's tribe, and he's gonna think we're bears.
So another assessment, just
Well,
to make
if
sure
it's goat skin though, it's not bear skin, so it'd be like a goat zerker. It's the goat zerker. He's going to eat everything in your farm and headbutt your wife.
Just to be sure, so everybody's on the same page, right? That was fully unredacted. That was declassified 100%. We got all the information we needed from that.
I think we got
sure positive of what the claims are that Trump
I
was
think
making.
we got all the information, but I wonder why all the information is somebody else's. All the information I needed to know is that he's the type of motherfucker who will sit up there and say all this crazy shit and say, I got the shit that can back it up and have this. It's like, I'm going to release the Epstein files, and he gave those influence that bullshit. He just pulled another one of those.
Yeah, big announcement, by the way.
He held a giant press announcement, which also included, during his announcement, he pimped out his medical thing.
That's what it was about. That was a big reason.
Join Trump.
The America Act, Save America was what it was really about.
Child savings thing. And earlier, when Carolyn Levitt came out and made the big announcements, before she even said anything, she made sure to pimp out Walmart and pimp out the Trump child savings thing.
Bro,
so
that's weird.
Go to a Walmart near you where you'll get some savings thanks to trying to help the country. Go buy more garbage shit at Walmart. That's exactly what will help America.
By the way, Trump's kid has X amount of shares in it. Go ahead and help out.
Don't buy from your local market. Buy from Walmart.
All right, guys. I'm gassing out. I'm going to get out of here, man.
All right, brother, man. This was fun. Thank you.
Later, Joe.
Later, Joe. He's like, none of you people will fight with me. You're all laughing with me at this stuff. I don't want to be here. You guys all get along with me. I want to go find somebody that says that this is the smoking gun, and I can tell him what a fool he is for, and go, what kind of smoking gun?
Cameron, get up here and defend your boy Trump.
Yeah, Cameron.
My day one dog Trump? You talking about the man that did Operation Warp Speed? My goat? Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah.
No,
Dude, I knew that fucking For the Win was bailing out of the chat too. Like, dude, that was, you can't, that did not pass the sniff test at all.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I really do wish that he would at least, like, if he's got something, just give it to us raw. Like, I don't care what it is. Like, that's all I'm asking for. If he's just gonna give us some bullshit, just tell us, hey man, it's some bullshit.
Yeah.
Give it to you. You know. I mean, I was expecting some real fucking, like, hey, this happened in this city this particular day, and it happened. We have evidence of it. Here it is.
Well, we have evidence that's low to medium reliability, that they might have said something that was disparaging of Trump with no intention on actually doing anything about it or affecting the government in any way, and they did not. They just
you guys
like,
don't support King Trump. I mean, some people want to make a king. I think some people want to.
No, they just.
I haven't gotten my 30 pieces of silver yet, so what are we doing here,
dude? Yeah, what happened to the fucking tariff checks that everybody was getting? I have not seen the tariff checks.
I will say this too: the documents we read from, we didn't read from two of the other files. I know that the Michigan one, it's a big file. There's a lot of documents in that. So there it could be something in there. It might not be. I don't know. But, the thing is, it is the Michigan file. So I will be going through that later to see if we can't
find you know what? Fucking he might not have mandated it, but he also did not tell the general public that this was an experiment that they were doing, that in no way were these vaccines tested and actually have any kind of long-term testing. And so all the authorizations that were first given for those were all repealed because it turned out that they couldn't pass the long-term testing, but everybody got to be a guinea pig and get to hear the line safe and effective instead of the line, we're not 100% sure how this is going to pan out for you. So he did do that.
Wasn't there like some horse medication or something?
It called ivermectin horse medication.
Operation Warp Speed was launched in May 2020, and who was president then? I'm just wondering.
Yeah. Trump is the Operation Warp Speed.
I'm responding to OIII. I was just saying.
Is that Ed Sheeran?
He didn't. He might have said, "Take it if you want," or "Don't." That was true. What he didn't say was, "This is an experimental thing," and guess what? According to the fucking Nuremberg trials, and then the codes that were developed after the Nuremberg trials, called the Nuremberg codes, what they found is that you cannot medically test on people without their express informed consent. So when you don't tell them that this is not got any kind of long-term testing and that this is not safe and effective, this is probably going to work, we believe in our medical opinion this is going to work, but do we have the actual testing in a long-term test? No. So you are going to be the first person where we figure that out. And guess what? It turns out that those weren't good things, and that they ended up having to take and remove those authorizations because they didn't meet snuff. So those experiments failed, and those poor people that went and got suckered into it because somebody said it was a good thing, they took a bad experiment. Oi oi. Oh, I like that. Oi oi. That's great. That's a good name. That's fucking hilarious. Oi oi.
That's Ed Sheeran.
That's what?
The bar
What?
is where I go. That's Ed Sheeran. It's
The
either
song.
that or it's a small hat. But Ed Sheeran might be a small hat. I'm just saying.
Yeah, he did not, but he did not try and mandate it. I do agree. Also, Biden did not mandate it. So, because there's a whole bunch of us that they pretended got, like everybody got it, but there's a bunch of us that didn't, and there was no winter of death for us. Weirdly, we're all pretty still.
I'm doing pretty good.
Bring the light over here, baby. Weirdly,
I might have got it. I might not have got it, but either way, I did just fine. Did just fine. You know, so it's a cold. I mean, what are you going to do? Like, what are you going to go?
Dude, you get it every fall and every
surgery
spring for the most part.
You go get surgery because you got a cold.
Biden wanted to mandate it. I definitely agree, but did he mandate it? No. That's why we did not. No, a whole bunch of us did not get it. I also did not wear the mask around and still went into town and went to the grocery store and went to the gas station and all that. Was I limited and into some of the stores to go into? Did some of the stores say I must wear a mask to go in? Yes, they did. But I'm also a big believer in private business. And if your private business has this rule that I have to follow, if I don't want to follow it, I don't go in your fucking business and I go to a different one. So guess what? As far as gas stations, there's about 4 gas stations in town. One of them's owned by Pakistani guys, and it's the smaller rundown gas station. Them dudes never one time said a fucking word to me. It said on the front door. Yeah. On the front door, it said, you must have a mask inside. Inside, they give me fist bumps and how you doing? And they make sure that the things that I like, because I buy my tobacco and stuff there, they make sure they have my rolling papers, a whole box. They'll show me. I get these black pepper seeds, because I eat a lot of sunflower seeds. They buy whole cases of them because I run out of them and keep them in back for me and never give me shit about it. And I go to their store all the time. Fuck everybody else. I don't.
Well, the funny thing about doing business when you're like actually trading shit, right? Those people who do the trading, they like to make money. So if I come in and I say, hey, I have some money, they're like, oh, okay, well, I have some stuff. They don't give a shit about much else.
We built such a bond. Is that literally one day we went to town and we forgot our cash at home, and they literally they gave us $20 in gas and said, come back and bring us the gas or the cash. And we did.
Yeah.
And I got trespassed from a bunch of places for not wearing a mask.
I tell you what, I dropped a deuce wearing my mask before, and I could smell my own ass, and I was like, these masks don't do shit.
And I brought this up too.
I wore it.
The funny thing about that,
I wore a gas mask. I wore a gas mask into the store, and I had my.
That's funny.
And I had my holster on with my gun. Because you still
that's great. Hey, look, it's a free country. People walk around with masks all the time, right? Hey.
Open
now all of
carry.
a sudden you put a mask on in 2026, they're like, oh my God, I can't believe you're wearing a mask. You must be a robber. Yeah, but 3 years ago was no problem.
Yeah. Before this, dude, I grew up in the era where they were like, don't wear a hoodie with your hoodie up. And now people are like walking around with sunglasses and a mask on and shit. And you're like,
looking like the Unabomber.
Yeah. Like, that's okay now? That's weird. In fact, if you don't look like that, you're the weirdo. Like, I'm walking around with my whole face out. Like, you got your whole face out, bro. Like, yes, I do. Yes, I do.
I like the Unabomber. He's cool.
Dude, that's what my other show is called, Uncle Ted Talks. He's Uncle Ted is Ted Kaczynski.
Well, I think a lot of it's got to do with the culture, the people that are alive today. It's not, the 20s and 30s, like, people who were born in the 20s and 30s, around the mobsters.
You can call
all that stuff.
Of course. Hold on, link incoming.
But I was gonna say, the funny thing too with the whole mask on your face, like what Kraut was saying, it's like this stuff smells like ass. It's because you essentially create a breeding ground for the absolute worst types of germs. Because as dirty and nasty as your asshole actually is, your mouth is dirtier, right?
Oh,
so
dude,
when your
mouths are horrifying, right?
The gingivitis is real, bro.
we're like one step from being a Komodo dragon, and our bites just being fucking lethal from the back from the infection it causes. Like,
not to mention
zombie bite or not, that shit's nasty. We are the zombies already, but no, and so what you're doing is breeding a nasty ground for all that stuff. So when and as much as I respect Dr. Greg for standing in his square, he is 100% wrong in this, because if you tell people to wear a mask 24/7 and to walk around with that, then you're actually causing more germs to spread on your face. I'm surprised that I'm not surprised that the certain people who continued to wear a mask later, because as soon as you start doing that, you start to develop nasty sores and your teeth start rotting out and you get just grody mouth. And so wearing a mask, if I had a grody mouth, of course I'm going to wear a mask, right? So those people probably wore the mask too long and they developed grody mouth, like the British. Now they've got some grody mouth that they got to cover. It's not so much that they're just
like. You imagine being bit by an Englishman? Is that how they won most of the wars? You're like, dude.
So
one time
I'm not feeling safe. I'm gonna put my mask on.
Yeah, dude, I got a scar right here, over here and here, where an alpaca tooth went clean through my finger, and I pulled it out, and I was fine. If that was an Englishman's tooth, I would have went to the hospital. I would have went like, oh God, I need shots and fucking IV and an antibacterial. We might need to fucking take this finger.
Cat scratch fever
too. This is a good mask, though. This mask is excellent.
But when they bite, it's even crazier.
I put this mask on when I drive my motorcycle, and then I have my Nazi helmet on. And then I have my black, my waterproof.
That's exactly the guy dude, what you need is like a banner that says "Bring Back Slavery," and then fucking you can do it as like a flag on the back of your motorcycle while you're wearing a Nazi hat and your fucking gas mask. Yes, that is the exact figure we need.
This is my COVID mask.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a hockey mask for mine, just like regular.
Yeah, I had a hockey mask also that I wore, and the one store, the feed store, wouldn't let, and I had to get a bale of hay every couple weeks, and they wouldn't let me even check out without a mask. I could go load up and all that with the guys in back, but as soon as I tried to walk in to pay, they'd flip out on me, and I'd have to put a hockey mask on for just 2 seconds to fucking pay for that. And I just laugh at them. It had big air holes like this big in it, because it was meant to stop a fucking hockey puck, not air.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm getting to that point. It's getting late, boys. So I don't know.
Hey, Clay, I do have a question for you.
I can hang out for that.
Because you're a First Amendment guy, right? Yeah. What do you think about Flocka or Flock? The private
Flock cameras?
The cameras?
Yeah,
that's a good subject. Clay's gonna have to fucking just sit back down.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm saying you ain't leaving while we're talking about Flock cameras.
Yeah. Camera, because it's cameras. Yeah, no, for real. Flock cameras are a horrible idea. again, going back to, I know I mentioned earlier, I don't know if it was this stream or the other one, where would you sacrifice your essential liberty for a little purchased safety? And that's what people are doing. They're paying these small governments to let these flock cameras come in and set up all over shop because they believe that it would keep them safer from the speeders and the unregistered
boy Clay,
tags.
and part of that statement I gotta ask you to clarify, because what people are asking for this.
There's some older folks typically.
Right, but I mean, in a whole general community, is there any communities that you know of that have specifically wanted this?
The die-hard supporters typically on both sides. The die-hard supporters of their particular candidate. I'm not saying the die-hard supporters of the parties, the diehard supporters of the candidates in their areas. So like your council members are actually responsible in that particular town or county jurisdiction to decide whether you want to allow this company to come in, right?
I understand what you're saying. Yeah. So they're consenting through their choice of elected officials. So they're consenting is what you're saying, basically.
Correct. Yes.
Well, that's the scary.
Because what I'm seeing all over everywhere is people are tearing these flock cameras down, and every page, like even right where I live, right here, a bunch of the flock cameras got fucked up and destroyed in Reading, and the cops put on a whole page that was like, yeah, we used these to catch this guy that like had this little girl that he was abusing or something like that, right? And you know, this glorified story of how those things help. And I opened up the page, and it was a fucking Bible of people fucking saying, we don't want this. Get it the fuck out of here. We don't care. And then I've seen other ones where the cops are like, it's not just randomly reading license plate. This is to catch actual criminals and make sure that we can do things that people are like, we don't fucking care. We don't care. No, we don't want it. Get it away. Like, I'm seeing zero support for these things whatsoever. And in fact, also there's been some towns that have went against their town councils and fired their whole town councils for letting it in, because presumably they're getting paid for some of their vote.
Well, much like with the any type of government overreach, typically like this, not necessarily when I'm talking about government reach, I'm more talking about surveillance and not necessarily grabbing you. Grabbing you comes from the small towns, but the surveillance state typically comes from the big cities first. So the big cities start to implement that surveillance state first on the basis of, we just got too much crime, guys. It's just so much crime. We need to watch it.
I'm in California, so I mean, they test a lot of that shit in California, and if it's successful here, you see it move to the rest of the countries. Usually, it jumps over to like
Silicon
New York,
Valley,
Massachusetts.
Same here.
In Albuquerque is close enough, so they do similar stuff here. Very similar. In fact, it is also a sanctuary city. I would call it
Eureka is a sanctuary city. It's an anti-everything Trump does city. It's our county's most important person of the year is some dude that walks around downtown dressed as a fucking girl, and he's an artistic tranny that does our art, and it enlightens the whole community.
We got a lot of those.
Oh my god,
a lot of those, bro. A lot.
Which I don't give a shit that he's doing that. Fine, dude. Walk around looking like a ladyboy. Like I said, I got 99 reasons to despise dumb fuck orthos like Andrew Wilson, but ladyboys ain't one. I don't give a fuck about no ladyboys. Like, you know, like that sounds like a personal problem to me.
It's personal. Yeah.
yeah. You know, you got you don't know which clothes are which. Well, that's sucks for you, but do your thing, dude. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, so essentially, I'm not a fan of the surveillance state. I mean, anything we can do to shrink the surveillance state, I'm down for. And growing it, I'm not for. So flock cameras out, and for very specific reasons. It's really doesn't matter how much the government will sit there and say that it's our job to protect these people. I'm sorry, but the Supreme Court just simply does not agree with you. Therefore, no matter what happens, in the end, the Supreme Court will always side with the government not having the duty to protect individuals. Society at large, they say yes.
Well,
they've already said that the cops don't have the duty to protect and save anybody.
Yeah, it stems off of that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the school shootings. When people got pissed off because the cops like sat outside and stopped parents who were willing to run inside and go help their kids. The cops stopped the parents rather than go in and try and diffuse the situation. And that pissed a few people off.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
For good purpose, that pissed a lot of people off. I'm still mad about that shit, bro.
Dude. You don't. I have never gotten aggressive with a cop. But if you are stopping me from going and protecting my child who's in the fucking school with an active shooter, and you're the thing between me and that, then you know what? Odin gets a sacrifice today. More than one. We'll start with you.
Ben, Odin is a little busy right now fighting Jesus. He doesn't have time for you.
Right,
What kind of helmet does this look like?
You are absolutely looking like something out of a dystopian 50s movie, Rocky.
No, it looks kind of like a Nazi.
Yeah, we got it.
But guess what it is? Say
1942.
It's American. This is what we wore in Iraq. It kind of looks like Nazis to me.
That is not what my helmet looked like in Iraq, Rocky.
No, not at all. You're fucking high.
That was Iraq.
I am from the Iraq Desert Storm, Desert Shield era.
Well, they had covers for them. You put.
Oh, I know about the covers, Rocky. I just said that I'd served during Desert Storm and Desert Shield.
Desert Storm and Desert Shield?
Yeah.
I'm talking about Operation Iraqi Freedom, bro. Not that one. That was before.
Okay. I was not there for Operation Iraqi Freedom. Okay, you're talking about the other. You're old like me. You're older than me. I assumed you were talking about the first Iraq War, which was when I served.
I was kind of expecting that too.
We really got to get out of there. Like, that's crazy.
I was a contractor in Iraq Operation Freedom.
Oh, okay. Now this makes sense. I'm sorry. That's my bad, Rocky. I made an assumption based on you being old as fucking dirt, and fucking I was wrong.
When you say contractor, what do you mean? Like not military, obviously, but then were you asked to do anything? You don't have to answer, obviously. Military operation.
He was sent in. I heard that. I heard about this. Rocky was sent.
Did you ever
to talk to the
Did you ever have an MLS?
I was a machine.
He just went in to talk to the enemy and tell them stories, and so confused. And by the time Rocky was done talking, nobody even knew what the fuck was going on.
Except for the one thing which they all agreed there with him about, which is that the earth is flat.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. They were flat earthers when I got there. When I was in Iraq, they were all hippies, long hair, hippies.
After he left, they were fucking ready to fight the synagogue of Satan.
And when I was there, you'd go to the what do they call the welfare where you go to play pool and read books and stuff. The SOP.
Uncle Guns is pulling your card, sir. And I gotta tell you what, bro. Uncle Guns is our go-to guy for any kind of nonsense. And
I didn't say I served, you dumb fucker. I was a contractor.
Okay, simmer down with the jumping right to dumb fucker. You notice nobody else has been doing that all night, Rocky. That the last time that actually happened was also you. So
Yeah,
just
I don't know. Clay likes calling people retarded or the R word. You know, I don't know. I don't know
that was on the previous panel.
I'm offended.
I'm not saying anybody's offended, and yes, there are times that we get heated, but when one person is the only person that's heated, maybe that one person should settle the fuck down.
Yeah, exactly.
Good possibility.
I think that's the first time I ever saw Bill get mad, though. I'll be honest.
Oh no, sir. No, sir. Rocky will lose his shit and say some shit that you you are not even sure that you should have heard that as an adult.
I was with these guys. Transportation.
Him advocating for human slavery again the other day was one of the milder and more amusing things that this guy said.
Wait, what was his argument, Rocky? Yeah. What was your argument?
Oh, don't do it, Cameron. Don't do it, Cameron. Don't do it.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I used to drive this. I used to drive this through Iraq. It's a heavy equipment transporter. It's called a Het.
Oh, cool.
And I used to pick up blown up shit outside the wire. And so I got this coin from KBR. That's when I was working for KBR. This one was given to me by a lieutenant colonel and the first sergeant. It's a coin of appreciation. You can see the lieutenant colonel's leaf here, and then the master sergeant. And they gave me this as this was an appreciation. These were my escorts. They would escort me outside the wire. And
that's not master sergeant, that's first sergeant. The master sergeant doesn't have the star in the center.
Okay, and then the Marines, when I was driving for the Marines, they gave me this one.
Why does it say replica on there?
Because I was the Marine driver. All the other drivers, contractors, they weren't Marines, so they only gave me this.
Oh, coin. that was this one's Marine. The other one was Army.
Yeah, I used to drive for Air Force, Army, Navy, and Marines. Whenever the Air Force vehicle would get blown up, I'd go out with them. If I went out with the Marines, I would go out with them if their vehicles were blown up. And then, so they gave me coins.
Dude, Pepper, you would be shocked how many people got a Purple Heart the easy way. In my unit, the only guy in my unit that got a Purple Heart during Desert Storm, the dumb fucker was out cruising around joyriding in a Humvee, because we just got Humvees were basically brand new back then, and they were like the thing, right? You could drive anywhere with a Humvee, and so which you couldn't. They were pieces of shit, but yeah, guys tried it, and those things had zero armor on it. I'm not even kidding. The doors and stuff were vinyl. Yeah, like a fucking, you could have shot an arrow without a sharpened head right through that shit and hit people. Like, it was bad.
Yeah,
and those things were hot garbage. Well, a guy was out fucking driving one around, hit a landmine we're pretty sure was ours, and fucking got injured. That's the only guy in my unit that got a Purple Heart.
Well, they were welding 1/4-inch steel plates on the doors when I got there.
Yeah, dude, you could shoot through them with a fucking with a slingshot. Kids were gonna be able to hit BB guns.
By the time we left, all Humvees and shit were up armored.
Yeah, and then the problem is those motors. They put in a motor, and it was because this is why I liked that your job there, because I was a 62 Bravo, so I worked on all that type of equipment. And the damn motors, even though I was a 62 Bravo, 63 Bravo was Humvees and Cuckvees, and fucking I spent most of my time doing 63 Bravo work, because as soon as we got them Humvees, the engines in them was different. And the block was bored out to be a bigger block, and then it was a diesel. And the problem is diesels have really high compression. So the piston wall water jackets were too thin. And in the compression stroke, it would crack that fucking water jacket and then push compression right into the water jacket. And then your radiator cap would come flying off and just boosh, and turn into a fountain. And fucking, so all them engines in those things were junk. So putting more weight on that engine was definitely gonna, and making it sweat was definitely not gonna be a good thing.
I also spent 2 years in Afghanistan as a mechanic for, because I was a
What are you talking about right now, Pepper? Who the fuck knows what?
Oh yeah. I read about this. It's a real thing. He's gonna test for it. The VA is gonna do it as well. Veterans after the fact. And they're gonna give shots so they have a high enough level of testosterone. I guess I don't know what high enough means, but yeah.
Yeah, what they do is when I was going over there, you had to get like 10 shots, and these shots are not the ones they give to the regular civilians. You know, they're super soldier shots. They fucking make you super soldiers.
Dude, you took super soldier shots?
Anyway, I found some of these. These are
you're telling us you're Captain America?
I would assume the 10 shots are
I'm just saying when you go overseas working for the military, they're not going to give you shots that are bad for you. Well, they will. Eventually, they're all bad for you.
Yeah,
but
the military would never do anything that's bad for you.
It would be regional diseases that they give it for, right?
They never, the military's never gotten caught giving the soldiers experimental shots ever.
Yeah, amphetamines have never been pumped into.
Yeah. Whole World War II was not the story of World War II is not also the story of amphetamine. Which amphetamine does what to the soldiers?
Sleep experiments never happened either.
Yeah.
Well, all I was saying is when I was in Afghanistan, I was a mechanic because that's what I was a diesel mechanic.
That's
and I was an operator, heavy equipment operator, diesel mechanic. And so when I was over there, I was installing
it's good to see spit in the gasket.
Cages that you put cages on the MRAPs. So when the RPG would hit the cage, it would blow up before it hit the MRAP.
Right.
So I flew around every camp installing those. So I got to see almost all of Afghanistan and all of Iraq. In Iraq, I was a driver. In Afghanistan, I was flying around in helicopters with a big duffel bag of tools on my back. And then
that's wild, Pepper.
once I drank a triple shot, and I got on the helicopter, got sick as a dog, man. Fuck.
Hey, guys. What's scary about this is anybody that's ever seen Vanderlei Silva. Vanderlei Silva hit an age where all fighters fall off. Like everybody is basically done fighting by that age. Yeah. All of a sudden, Vanderlei Silva comes out, and this dude is the axe murderer again. He is a silverback gorilla and like fucking tearing people's arms off and beating them with it. It is absolutely insane. And this is before testosterone testing. Then they went in and tested fucking Vanderlei Silva, and he literally had more testosterone than a silverback gorilla. And fucking but the problem is, which, that sounds, actually, in a soldier sense, sound pretty like, wow, why would you want your guys to be like that, right? Except for any man that's been through puberty knows that testosterone is the dragon. And that is a dragon that, as a man, you need to learn how to tame and ride. Because when you first get it, you fight your friends for no reason because a fucking girl walked by that you thought was pretty, and all of a sudden you're the best friend of fist fighting. And then as soon as the girl is out of sight, you both look at each other and you're like, why are we fighting?
Why am I bleeding?
I don't know. And fucking all the other kind of stupid shit that you do when you got raging testosterone in your body. And fucking for that same problem exists even for transsexual women that try to become men and are taking testosterone. You can read stories about some of these women that can't control their rage fits because they're like, they got testosterone now. And let me tell you what, testosterone is a little angry. It's a little angry.
So I am going to head out. I appreciate you guys. It's been a great panel. Thank you for everybody's good behavior this time around. It's been fun. I will say about the whole thing with the testosterone and young men and old men and all that stuff. It is funny when I hear people talk about, could America ever be taken? And the answer to that is simply no, because while these other countries are doing this fighting shit for survival, we're over here doing this shit for fun.
Hey, Clay,
dude, we got people like Rocky taking testosterone and telling us that we should own other people and wearing a fucking
What was that, crowd?
I bet you I can get you to stay on. Did you just mention the Russian sleep experiment?
Was it Russian?
Crazy, right?
I thought it was the American.
You mentioned sleep experiments. The only sleep experiment I'm familiar with is the Russian sleep experiment.
It might have been Russian.
Yeah.
What do you want to know about it?
Well,
Clay,
I don't know if
for
it's
you.
real or not. It's highly speculation. I just wanted to know if you believe it's real or part of it's real, or you think it's all bullshit.
Oh yeah, it absolutely happened. Yeah, no, definitely.
I thought the Vitor fight was after he got busted for that, and they made him take, and they needed.
I got one for you, Clay.
They made him back off. It is what I thought happened, but you might be right. Belfort was also taking like truckloads of testosterone.
All right, I got about.
You're not
4
40
minutes.
and looking like you're going to be in the movie 300 without
Clay.
fucking.
Yeah, he's got 4 minutes before he has to do some more fucking work.
Go ahead. What you got, Jody?
The Russian spy that got killed in Salisbury, Salisbury, England.
I don't know about it.
You didn't hear about that in 2018?
No, I really don't follow the other countries like news because essentially it's like the war in Iran is just crazy to even fucking be there. In my opinion,
Yeah.
But, I don't really follow it.
I agree.
Yeah,
one of the last shocking just overseas happenings that we were somewhat involved with, and I was just in shock that we traded that Brittany Griner fucking WNBA chick.
Yeah,
for the fucking Lord of War.
Yeah,
right.
That was absolutely fucking ridiculous.
That dude is not just some fucking minor gun runner with a ship full of guns. They say that there's entire fucking wars and genocides that never existed without this guy supplying the weapons to both sides.
Yep.
Yeah.
America's just that flea market. Come on.
That's what happens when we get embroiled in other governments or other countries' nonsense. You start making deals. I mean, we're not here to make deals. We're here to support our people, and we got enough problems of our own. I don't need nobody else's problems. Nobody else.
I'm not Christian, but that's like asking if we should trade Satan for a fucking WNBA. Like, are you fucking serious right now? You traded.
She wasn't even that good.
You released that guy.
That guy.
For a WNBA player.
She wasn't even that fucking good either.
Dude, but it's a dude.
That isn't the point technically. If you kind of say, oh well, then it kind of looks like even if like they did bring drugs into the country or whatever. I forgot what the deal was.
Weed.
It's turning your back on a civilian, basically.
Add weed pens.
This is my favorite coin.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to trade,
that is a cool coin, Rocky.
Well, even then, like for a lady,
it's Marine Corps recon, tip of the spear. Trump's coat of arms. Trump's coat of arms is tip of the spear.
All right, guys, I'm out. I'll catch you on the next one.
Could you finish? And could you finish what you were saying, Clay?
Sorry,
Rocky.
Yeah.
I'll
when
see you
other
later.
people are in a middle of a sentence, please don't start your sentences.
Well, I started mine first.
You didn't. He was talking, and then you held up a coin and just started talking about the coin while Clay was talking.
Hey, I'm about to be out too. On that note, in case anyone's wondering, because Clay was a little tripped up, and people in the chat, I call Rocky Bill Murray because he legit looks like a Bill Murray, just like 50 years old.
Who was Clay tripped up on in the chat?
No, Clay was tripped up on why I called Rocky Bill.
Yeah, because Rocky
Bill Murray because
he is kind of old Bill Murray.
Yeah, like you see it, right, Ben? I'm not the only one.
I absolutely, dude. This is like the Bill Murray Caddyshack when
Well,
as
that's
an
a
old
compliment. Bill Murray's a legend. That's a compliment.
Oh, dude, we also find Rocky to be hilarious, and he's a legend. It's just sometimes you have to fucking settle Rocky down because he does things like just totally start talking when somebody else is talking. Like Clay was talking about the subject that we were all talking about, and then Rocky just held up a coin and started talking about this coin, and Clay wasn't able to finish his fucking point.
I love Clay. He's very knowledgeable, and that's why I ask him questions, because he does a lot more research than I could put time in. Kind of like the Flock situation. I wanted to talk more to him about it, but
the Flock situation is absolutely government overreach, and all. You got to be 100% sure that you got to be what do we name it? Adding to Rocky, you got to be sure that most of these councils are being paid off in some sort of way to vote the way they do, because the general populace, from what I'm seeing, and I'm sure this doesn't account for everywhere, I'm sure there are places that want this, but overwhelmingly people don't.
No, not at all. It reminds me of like China. It's
ADD Rocky.
It's not only just scanning license plates, but people could hack into the system very simply and get access. And then they could get access to your Social Security and all kinds of stuff. I mean, multiple sheriffs have been caught stalking ex-girlfriends and ex-wives and all kinds of stuff.
Do you watch The Civil Rights Lawyer?
Oh, it's insane, bro.
No. Do you watch The Civil Rights Lawyer? That's the name of his channel. It's called The Civil Rights Lawyer.
Oh no, yeah, I do. No.
The dude is fantastic. He's literally one of the biggest civil rights lawyers in the country. And he's got a bunch of cases on there where they have used flock cameras and what they found. So he has one case where the cops pulled over a guy because flock cameras were catching him going to this it was in Texas, and he was driving like 3 hours to this city, staying for a couple hours and then driving back. And they fucking pulled this guy over and gave him a full search of his vehicle because the flock cameras caught him doing that. The dude worked for an oil company and was driving to this other city because that's where he was supposed to go do his fucking shit. And then he would go home. He's like, what are we doing?
I saw that one. Yeah. I saw that.
And fucking then there was a
violation of our Fourth Amendment, bro.
A complete violation.
Like, what the fuck are we even talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand it helps police fucking catch people and this and that. I completely agree. I got a lot of family in law enforcement.
It's against the. You're not supposed to.
We've been able to catch them without this. We've been able to catch people without this. Just digital thumbprint.
We want to do that breaks the Constitution will help us catch people more. We don't care, motherfucker. We don't fucking care.
Yeah, we don't need a fucking literal eye in the sky. I mean, we got a digital thumbprint with every fucking phone that you hold. You got a digital thumbprint
Fourth
there.
Amendment violation. You know, cops aren't supposed to even run your plates unless you committed a crime, but they do it all the time. They run your plates, and they're not supposed to run your plates unless they have a reason.
Exactly.
Now with the block cameras, it's automated. It's bullshit.
The plates were literally put there so they could identify the people who had already committed a crime. You aren't supposed to go run our plates if we have not already committed an identifiable crime that you can articulate.
Yeah, that's why I said the Fourth Amendment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Complete.
Yep.
It's complete fucking violation. And that's why I want to talk with Clay.
What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do
There's
about
nothing.
Well, but the flock cameras, a lot of people are firing their city councils and destroying the flock cameras. There's a lady, I think she's from South Carolina or something, somewhere around there. She got charged with a felony charge in North Dakota because a flock camera had saw her, and then the AI decided it was this lady based off of databases and shit. The chick had never even been to North Dakota.
Oh, yeah, I heard that one too. That was a good one.
Yeah.
And she had she had felony warrants and shit in North Dakota and had never been there.
Yeah.
Right.
There's so many accounts that
they say the green lasers will take them out. You hear about the green lasers supposedly taking them out of
That's what Fatty's saying is green lasers. Why do they disable them, destroy them?
Well,
or do
what happened once is I pointed a green laser at my laptop camera once, and it fucked it all up. I had to get a new laptop.
Really?
It does something. It does something to the cameras.
Really?
Yeah, it fucked my laptop up once.
Santa, you fucking stud. Oh, with the elf. Yeah, baby. Give us the gun show.
Oh yeah. Wait.
Yeah, look, you made Rocky disappear. He was like, I gotta get off stage.
Hey, Santa.
Now.
Yeah.
Gun show, I can
Hey everybody.
What's up, Santa? What's up, Elf?
Oh, feeling a little bit better now. Thank you.
Yeah.
I will be chugging milk by the gallon though.
What, eat some hot peppers?
I didn't drink all that today. I don't really know. It's just nerve damage in my face from the tumor.
Well, you got divorced, didn't you?
That was less painful.
It is not a tumor.
Exactly.
It's not a tumor. He makes fun of me with that all the time. So
yeah, but it was. I don't know if people know what the Twix bars or the half Snickers bars. It was in here under my cheekbone, and then it damaged the nerve. Like when you have a stroke, the nerve that's damaged is the one that I damaged. I'd keep that green light away from your eyes, Rocky.
Yeah.
Why are you going to your camera if you said last time?
Rocky's crazy, dude.
No, it's not pointed towards the camera.
Right. Your eyes, I'm more worried about.
A camera
I only
fixed.
pointed it here.
Rocky.
I don't point it.
Rocky.
Okay, good.
Might I inquire what type of things you ingest into your body that are mind altering?
Mind altering.
Do you want to alter that mind further?
I only smoke weed once in a while. You know, when I went to the VA for my PTSD, they wanted to give me SRIs.
Hey, are you going to take this in there?
And which makes you suicidal. So I decided to smoke weed instead.
Thank you.
I smoke weed instead because they tried when I went to the VA. They tried to give me SRIs for my PTSD.
SSRIs.
And I did this. I said, "Fuck you," and
you might want to create them more often, Rocky. I'm just saying, maybe
you try create them, Rocky.
Well, you know, PTSD, I would definitely say no to them for that as well. But 10 to 12 years of medical opiates, I unfortunately seem to need them because the way the psychiatrist explained it is all the happy things in my head had been crunched down by the opiates and all the fucked up things in my head were out of balance.
So I've been taking SSRIs to raise my serotonin level slowly.
Oh shit!
Because I was like nearly catatonically depressed. Just because apparently the euphoria that I didn't feel on the opiates was still making my brain feel like I had plenty of serotonin, and so it shut down the receptors and wherever it makes them. And
what I heard? You know what I heard helps that besides SSRIs?
Mushrooms,
weed, and fellatio.
Well, as an asexual person, and Cat's not willing, so.
I mean, fellatio heals the world should be a flag.
Well, it's also a fan of cunnilingus, but hey, thank you. That was awkward. I thought you were gone.
Nope.
You gotta get the poison out. You gotta get the poison out sometimes, or it gets depressing there, Santa.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Santa is now blushing. Thank you all.
How are you blushing and I'm not blushing? I'm a teenager, for
I know.
God's sakes.
You have those hormones and I don't.
Okay.
You gotta get the poison out, Santa. We need you. We need you on December.
That was probably what caused the fucking cancer.
Yeah. Could have been. Backed up the pipes, huh?
Well, I heard that getting off SRAs is the worst thing.
That's for pussies. Now let me be clear. Let me be clear.
That's for pussies.
I've gotten off of 3 mortal addictions, and no, I was never addicted to heroin. But addiction, this is going to sound maybe false bravado or whatever. It's mental. And so being a person who meditated most of my life, I would use what most people do, replacement, right? I wasn't this heavy before I got off opiates. And boy, getting off opiates, man, you crave sugar like a mad dog. But
the problem is that's because you were eating sugar, and it's a vicious cycle, because then what you did is you started eating again, period, because opiates basically shut down your digestive system. And so your stomach biome died. And then when you started getting your hunger back, you went to snacky snacks, because you didn't really have much hunger. So you just ate some snacky snacks, and those snacky snacks developed gut flora that was actually candida rather than an actual stomach biome of good bacteria. So then the thing that started populating was the candida. And your body at that point actually cannot process real food and can only process the sugar. And so that makes you crave more sugar, because now that's the only fuel your body can take in. So it turns into this vicious cycle where you eat more sugar, which makes you want to eat more sugar, because you can only eat sugar.
You're correct. And what people are saying in the chat is also correct. And I also have, apparently, like everybody else with the burn pits, problems with everything from the tip of my nose to the tip of my ass. I guess the little, the oils and whatever in the sand, it just got everywhere. This is my pill thing. I can shake it like was that a maraca? But the challenge with that combination, and yes, I'm weaning off of those as well. The challenge with that combination is it serves to mostly reduce things. Like I'm taking the maximum dose of an SNRI, the average dose of an SSRI, the high dose of an anti-seizure medication, and then 2 medications for allergies. Then I have the steroidal inhaler, which is also obviously a steroid. So I've got to take some time to work off of these. I could stop any of them cold turkey and not die. I could probably even stop all of them. But the problem that I run into is my serotonin levels haven't really gotten back to normal. And so that's why I do so much work out in the sun, Ben. Because
have you ever seen that movie Red?
Yeah. Well, the one where the assassins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when he's explaining why John Malkovich, how he's crazy because he says that they tested fucking LSD on him for years.
Yeah.
And then he goes and she's like, oh no. And then he goes and it turns out that they were. And she's like, oh well, then he's pretty good then. Right.
How's your toes, baby?
What you just said.
How's your toes and your fingers? You got neuropathy or anything?
I have them all. I do have neuropathy from that. I've been at 7 for my sugar. What is that one?
Sugar candida is a worm you can detox through.
Say my name.
Well, I've done the instant blood sugar, and then there's another one for the long term, which is a crapshoot because they're only taking a spot sample one time, depending on the actual quantity of red blood cells. It's an average. Okay. But I stayed at 7, which used to be pre-diabetic.
That what Uncle Fatty said?
Yeah, that's probably wise to say. Yeah. And I would say that somebody who hasn't been meditating all their life shouldn't do these things.
Nothing anybody on the panel says should be taken as medical advice and discourse for entertainment only.
Oh God, you guys.
Just jokes, guys.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I understand the seriousness of everybody saying that because some people hear something offhand on the internet and they believe it's true. Yeah. But I mean, let's get back to the age of personal responsibility here.
It would
Your
be
doctors are telling you fucked up shit. The non-doctors are telling you fucked up shit. Shut up. Do your own goddamn research. There are places like the NIH to look at the actual fucking research. And they gave a big thing for the COOF with 170 people as a test experiment to say that it was safe. So if you think your government's out for your health, you're fucking stupid.
Were you in Vietnam during the Vietnam War?
I was a Gulf War one.
Have you heard of Agent Orange? That gets in
a lot of buddies with it.
It gets into your fat, and if you lose weight, it kills you.
Which is the other reason, Rocky. The things that affected me were also orthophthalates and other orthofuel petroleum related things.
You know what
fatty based.
You know what gets to me?
What's that?
Bros.
All the what?
Ortho bros.
Yeah. Now that's the Orthodox Christian bros, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, chat, just hear an opinion. Chat, just hear an opinion here. Okay. I worked as a scientist in the Salk Institute for Biological Studies. I also worked in the cognition lab. I know how the brain takes on information. I read the scientific papers. And where I actually did most of my work to get over PSD was from the VA's research and a combination of immersion, exposure, and psychedelic treatment. So just, if you have a belief that contradicts with that, fine, you do your best, you. I did my best, you. It worked a lot for me. How did I know that I was one of the rare people at the time to have an actual chemical imbalance in my brain? They tested me. Most of the doctors, especially midline or first line doctors, you feel a little down, they're going to give you an SSRI or something else. A lot of doctors do get kickbacks from the pharmaceutical industry. They do get special trips to the conferences. They are motivated to hand you out medication. How do I know that? I worked in the the ER essentially on 32nd Street, the largest naval base at the time in San Diego. We saw a lot of things come through. We saw how the medications were done. And were those doctors interested in doing SSRIs? Yeah, they were. What were they motivated by? Well, every time the drug reps came by, we got the best freaking, exactly, money and jobs outside. Because a lot of these military docs, they go out in the private sector. They want to know people already. So every time the drug reps came by, they positively disposed us to recommend their medication by giving us great donuts and lox and cream cheese and, you know, just being the greatest guys on earth while they were pushing the latest pill. And a thing, at least at the time in the military, we were governmental property, so there was no mispractice or malpractice kind of concerns. So with respect to my actual brain chemistry, yes, I got the textbooks on pharmacokinetics, which is a fancy word for how those medicines actually work inside your brain. If you have not found chemically, not behaviorally, if you have not found that you have lower serotonin, it's almost assuredly that you don't. You're best helped by behavior modification and increasing vitamin D3. Huh?
You said your brain had a chemical deficiency?
Well, after opiates, yes. I mean, there's a lot of chemicals in the brain, Rocky. I didn't mean that I needed to take more chemicals.
I got a question for you, Shanna.
Sure.
So you participated in multiple military medical procedures, right?
Yeah, mostly after the Gulf.
After the Gulf?
Yeah, so what happened is I was the frontline air control or air tracker, you know, plotting
So
which one of Rocky's planes went down. We were 8 nautical miles off. Huh?
What was the main prescription that they prescribed at that time?
I wasn't on any medication then.
What gave you PTSD?
Well, let me answer one at a time, please, Rock.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so I wasn't on any. In fact, I had just been approved and accepted and was training for EOD. So I was in top shape physically, mentally, and everything else. What happened with our chemical exposure, which included sarin gas, is that our exposure was very, very low. I don't remember where the sarin gas hangs out, but a lot of the oil-based stuff, especially with the sand, went into our respiratory tract.
Based off of lack of oxygen, pretty much.
Could be. I'm just saying I don't recall.
Were you near a burn pit? Like they have burn pits.
I'm on every one of those lists. And then due to a FOIA, like 10 years after the Gulf, the CIA and the State Department admitted there was a release of sarin gas where we were.
You know, there might have been a little squirt, a little squirt of it over in your general direction. There was, you know, a little bit.
That's how they called it, because we gave them the shit to refine it, apparently, during the Iran-Iraq war.
It sounds like you needed a detox, not a bunch of medicine.
Well, okay. So let me go there. There wouldn't have probably been any problem with the 17 inoculations we got, except we got the inoculations, we were sped over there, then we faced combat, and then after that, our ship lost all ship's power because our ship relied on the or the jet engines, essentially, and those were fouled because all the shit that was in the air. So the air was bad enough that it blew out our jet engines. No wonder we have respiratory problems, right?
I mean, so people die of asbestos. I mean, I completely get it.
Then my second ship was an asbestos ship. So I was like, fuck. because I had wanted to
curious,
cross right over to Corman, but they wouldn't let me. They were okay with me killing people, but not healing them. So so we didn't have symptoms right away, other than a regular, coughs and just nasal shit and whatever. We weren't told it was a big deal, didn't think it was a big deal. And then when we lost ship's power, we lost also all air filtration. And so fortunately, I don't know, they kind of, put carb cleaner or whatever they did to get those fucking engines going. They got one going and we hobbled back into Bahrain. And then they switched 2 of them out. Well, while we were there, we were in Bahrain, just like the populace. And so we had the stuff that the populace had. Still no medications. I come back, and then I gotten hurt in the EOD training. So then I was limb due at Long Beach Naval Station for 8 months. Had 2 psych evals, went through physical therapy, and that's when they started finding stuff. But I was able to recover enough to go back to full duty, went back to another ship in the fleet, did all that other cool stuff, and I was fine. And that ship, like I said, apparently had asbestos, Cleveland, USS Cleveland. So all that whole time, Rocky, the only symptom that I really developed is I developed sleep apnea. And, like a young person who's going to live forever, didn't do shit about it. And then
I still had a hard time sleeping. I got sleep apnea, kind of.
Yeah. Well, you have any stuff going on with your brain or your lungs, or overweight? I wasn't overweight at the time. But in later testing, they found that I had central and obstructive sleep apnea. Now,
I found something that helps my foot neuropathy.
What's that?
You put salt, like Himalayan salt, and you kind of crush it up and put it in your socks before you go to bed, and it keeps your feet dry and warm. And salt is good for you. It helps your feet because all your nerves are in your feet.
Sure.
And so that's worked a lot for me. Even when it's in my fingers, I'll put a sock on my finger, and
sure,
like 5 minutes, it goes away.
I walk around with my elf shoes all the time. I don't think I have them on because it's warm here now. But North Face makes these little booties, with a small sole on the bottom. I wear those all the time to keep my feet warmer, to get more, diffusion into my toes. And I also do foot exercises. So the foot exercises, I'm encouraging the capillaries to maintain themselves. Salt, salt's not going to raise my blood pressure. I know that. Mine's mostly due to the weight now.
Plus I got rid of. I don't drink sugar or do.
I'm easing my way back down. I did cut all that to go on to just strict keto, and boy, I was a textbook success for keto. My meter for the ketones even just said high, like fuck. and then I got the keto flu, and I thought, okay, that's cool, I'll deal with it, it'll be a week or 2 weeks or whatever. But then I truly got sick, and then I said, okay, my body's just telling me, slow down. You can do this over time. And so I have. So when people hear me say I could stop those meds, I could endure it. But right now, as both of you said indirectly, and maybe Jody as well, the sugar actually fucks me up more than those because of the gut biome, because of the blood sugars and whatever. And
Candidus is a worm. It's a parasite you have to get rid of.
It's not a worm.
I thought it was fungus.
It's more of a fungi than a worm, and it rather than a gut bacteria.
And Pepper, those are my roosters.
Cayenne.
I am also homesteading now. But let me back that thing up with the pills. Because if I was just sitting in suburbia and I said, hey, I wanted to, you know, stop all this shit, and I'm watching TV all the time, sitting around eating pizza, that's a success, or that is a strategy for failure. You really have to set everything up. So what I needed to do to reclaim my life is I had to move. I had to move out into nature. I have to be in the sun. I have to be moving in the sun. I have to have projects because I need my brain to start producing the shit that it should. And at 55, I'm awfully old for my 55 years. I need to be.
Yeah, I walk barefoot. You got to go for walks, and I like to walk barefoot to be grounded. It seems to be.
Hey, like you ladies hear that? Rocky likes long walks in the beach.
A sunset.
He
also got these special shoes now that have a copper.
Oh yeah,
he enjoys grounding,
and he likes copper on the feet. He probably likes licking toes too.
I like grinding. I like grinding too. I like to grind and ground.
One day, if you're lucky and Rocky gets his way, he will have a couple of kitchen slaves to help you.
Yes. Well, let's not get on the slavery thing again. I do want to kind of put out some positive vibes for people. And yes, if you stop all your meds at one time, that's stupid. You probably didn't start them all at one time, and your body's used to them. The reason that I said I can't listen to the ones that I said, and then I could get past those, but there's a consequence. Now, the consequence can be mediated by a great diet, lots of exercise, lots of interaction with other people, engaged with very healthy attitudes and healthy people. So if you're on SSRI because you were feeling a little blue, you have to change your lifestyle first. Because when they stop boosting, you might feel a drop. There's one that actually creates zaps and other things because you have a bit of norepinephrine.
Yeah, that's something that I would like to talk about. You're talking norepinephrine. You're talking about all these pharmaceuticals, right?
Yeah.
What about the brain zaps that it causes? A lot of people have them.
Well,
you take these.
That's what's interesting to me because they can create brain zaps on the way in. And they're certainly on the way out. Like there's one that's very popular called Effexor, especially Effexor XR, and I'm intimately familiar with it. The problem with that is
the people that hear voices and stuff. The people that hear voices.
Well, that's usually more of a psychotic med.
Yeah,
but Effexor, if I'm not mistaken, can be crossed.
Dopamine.
Because it's like an electro. And like an
overstimulation.
Yeah.
Well, and that's because these the chemical connectors, they don't actually carry the signal. They encourage and allow the binding.
I just need one.
No, a full balanced weed is good. People that are, in my opinion, Ben, I hope knows more than me about this. But nature makes things in balance, and especially the Western Academy likes to focus things via a reductionist thing. So THC gets you high. They want to max out the THC. I found the best results are balanced. THC with CBD, CBC, and CBG.
The cannabis plant, stronger than most plants, has what they call an entourage effect, meaning that plant will function much better in a holistic manner rather than isolating out singular effects, whether it be CBD, THC, no matter what it is a more beneficial plant when you
consume it wholly.
Consume it holistically and take all those components.
Right.
Completely
And that's what I'm
agree.
saying. Like the pharmaceutical companies are just manufacturing these neurotoxin pills that they think are going to treat. It's pretty much if you go back in time, like fucking electromagnetic treatment,
Oh yeah,
that's what
they
they're
still
doing,
do that, by the way.
but they're doing it
Electroconvulsive
pharmaceutically
therapy.
nowadays.
Well, I'm not going to
but they're
mention
doing
too
it.
much, but I was very good friends with a lady who got ECT, electroconvulsive therapy, and it did help a lot. But the research that I've done keeps coming back to mycelium. Now, not a particular mushroom, and I don't know which one I'm going to take orally, but I can say that lion's mane did more for rebuilding my trigeminal nerve than any fucking medication that I was told by the doctors or anything else. In fact, my oncologist said that it will never heal. Like when you guys hear, go ahead.
I've had 7 surgeries. I showed my hand the other day.
Sure.
I've had 7 crazy surgeries off of a freak accident. They tried to prescribe me oxycodones and all this other shit. I didn't really care. I just want to drink my beer, smoke my cigarette. And then they just kept saying,
hear about that experimental?
Then you got anxiety. And then they kept trying, pushing more pills and more pills and more pills. And then I tried Kratom, right? That's what I was talking with Ben about last night or a couple days ago.
I'm familiar with Kratom as well. Yeah.
Did you hear about that experimental drug?
Which they just made highly illegal.
Yeah, it's more illegal than heroin now.
I got some of that.
So was weed, but that had to do with racism. Our government doesn't do stuff on science.
You're being a little disingenuous with the racism thing. Though.
I'm not going to do.
They didn't want to get rid of the Mexicans, huh? It was about paper too. Come on.
Did you hear about
in the actual paperwork where they admitted what they were doing, they did state some racial slurs, but also stated that the hippies and anti-war element it would criminalize the hippies and the anti-war element.
Oh, wait, I'm talking about way before that. There was a big push. It could be 18 or 1900s, Ben. This was way before that. And they did see a high population of Mexicans compared to what they want. And at the time, only apparently the Mexicans were into getting high. And so that part of it. Now, I'm not saying going to Schedule 1. So I'm just talking about way before that. This would have been around the time for Hearst paper, because I think it was all of the what do they call it? The fibers. The hemp fibers were as good or better than wood fibers. I'm talking way back then.
Oh, you're talking about one that was back then. It was actually black people with the hard R and
music. I'll look it up.
And musicians. This is not even if you read. You're talking about Henry Anslinger, and in an Anslinger speech in front of Congress, he said that the only people that use marijuana are hard R's and musicians.
Well, that's because
I'll find my reference
with cotton.
Yeah,
we were trying to replace hemp with cotton.
Was the hemp?
Well, this is the first time anybody had ever heard of marijuana. Before that, it was always called hemp, and they filled in this word marijuana because that way, when people heard about it, they're like, "Oh, this evil marijuana." Without knowing that it was just hemp.
The devil's lettuce.
Yeah. It was just hemp, and people had been using it forever.
I mean, there's so much stuff.
It makes a superior rope.
But we all know that the real reason, and this is again, this is part of why I said Santa was being disingenuous, is because we know that Anslinger was doing that because of the textile trade, that industrial hemp.
I thought it was Hearst.
They also got rid of hemp because it was superior rope. You could make wood out of it and clothing, and it was in competition. It was in competition with the lumber. They cut trees down instead, so that it was in competition.
That's the whole point of what.
That is what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying, Rocky.
It wasn't about the flower. It has nothing to do with the flower or the CBD or the THC. It was they were going to take down the cotton industry because it was so versatile.
Well, not the cotton industry, the timber industry is what
timber. Now, I think we can all agree that there were multiple.
Cutting all our trees down. Damn it.
Well, cutting all the trees.
We all agree there was multiple
flooding.
Santa.
What's that?
What did you say, though?
I'm sure that there were multiple reasons, because I think we are talking about different times as well. Because there were multiple legislations.
His name is Henry Anslinger, and he is the nephew of some fucking textile I can't remember which textile family that it was. And so he went in front of Congress and gave that very racist speech.
Oh, I'm sure he did. There are other people that wanted it gone too. I'll look it up.
100%. There was other people, but this is what the historical record says. And so Anslinger went in front of Congress, got this evil marijuana passed that nobody had ever heard of before, or illegalized. And then the timber industry, which people were heavily invested in at the time, was able to continue on.
Well, here's the Cato Institute. People might have opinions about them, but they mention Anslinger, like you're saying, and they also talk about the 30s. William Randolph Hearst's paper empire also railed against marijuana.
Again, we're talking about wood, where the hemp industry would replace the paper industry.
And whatever I was looking at, I seem to recall that I might have been in the newspapers that they were drawing the correlation with the Mexicans for popular opinion, kind of like how the quote unquote illegal aliens in my lifetime twice have gone from being illegals to immigrants.
Right.
They're political tides. But Jody, can I get back to your neuralgia? So you had 5 surgeries in there.
Good for picking apples and shit.
Well, honestly, I would take an illegal from the middle of Mexico to work with me side by side than I would almost any Gen Z or newer.
I 100% agree with that statement.
I had 8 Mexicans working for me when I was in Houston, and I tried to hire white people, but they. I was furniture making.
I had white people to hire.
I put ads in for furniture design and making, and these white guys would come and say, "Well,
I don't know.
I used to build model furniture with it," and then I told them to go try to build a piece of furniture.
I never said
it might be the skills as well. I was just always fortunate.
Mexicans.
So, Jody, can we talk about Jody's hand for a little bit?
I had a guy from Nicaragua. Nicaragua. I had a guy from Peru. And these are guys that grew up carving. I had master carver. I trained a guy from Peru.
I was talking about neurology. I don't know what the fuck.
Hey, Rocky, can we let Rocky? Let's hear Jody for a little bit. So your hand was damaged. You had 5 surgeries,
and and I already proved my point that they kept trying to push pills on me.
Right. Okay, I'm still catching up. I got a little distracted there. So they pushed the medications first, the opiates, and then the anxiety medications. How did your quality of life go up after they put all that shit in you?
Oh, it was fucking horrible.
Yeah. I know. I used to sit in front of the TV and eat cereal. Yeah.
That's why I stopped.
I was trying to tell you about a drug that they had in the 70s that came out. It was experimental, and the kids got a hold of it, and it was really they used to taking a lot, but they found out that it like cures all mental.
Are you talking about fucking LSD, Rocky?
No, not LSD. This is something else. It was probably
That's what I was thinking too, Ben. You talking
Hey,
about
Jody?
It was a rage. They took it at rages where they got all happy.
You're
Ray,
talking
it's
about
MDMA.
you're talking about goddamn ecstasy, Rocky.
Yeah.
I think so,
MDMA.
yeah. Ecstasy.
Okay.
They said that helped cure a lot of
I got
mental
a frog.
people.
I got a frog.
Have you
that
hung
I
out
kiss
with a
once in
lot of
while.
rave kids, Rocky?
I never took any, but I just heard that.
Okay. Well, from firsthand view of watching the rave kids, they also had higher emotional difficulty with the real world. So maybe it could be part of a composite therapy. But when you live in fantasy and that becomes more attractive than your real life, then you start having real emotional challenges. So, Jody, I might not be able to get this in any other way. Lion's mane mushroom, there are a lot of places to find it where it's clean and is not weird. Personally, Stamets may be the most expensive, but he's been a mushroom guy before there were mushroom guys.
I'm not into hallucinogenics. My brain is
okay.
fucked.
It's
just a doctor. It's just a doctor kept trying to say that I have anxiety.
Lion's mane is not hallucinogenic, bro.
At all.
Okay.
They sell it.
The doctor.
Can I tell him? Yeah. Can I tell him what it's for?
They sell it in the grocery store, bro.
Jody, it helps you remyelinate the nerve fibers. So if the nerve fibers are intact, it's like putting insulation around the nerves. And what that'll help do is that'll help take care of any misfiring, cross-firing, or non-firing. Right?
That's my hand. So I got severe nerve damage. Severe nerve damage.
I agree. But what I am saying is that after
things.
Well, hear me out. I guarantee you in 2 years, those nerves will be better. You tell me any medication that guarantees it.
I had surgery on my leg. I got nerve damage. All I smoke is weed, and my leg is doing wonders.
Okay. Yeah, what everybody else did is not lion's mane.
You're guaranteeing it yet. That's a pretty fucking tall order there, Santa.
Yeah. Okay. I'll tell you what, Jody, I give you my personal email address. I should be alive in 2 years. And if it's not true, I'll give you $500.
I don't need
Here's
money.
why I believe. Okay. I'll just come with the facts.
Will only be worth a quarter.
One, it tastes good. Now, everybody extols the virtues of weed. There are consequences with weed.
I don't smoke weed.
Good.
I smoke cigarettes and I drink alcohol. I drink beer.
You do you. Alcohol retards a lot of healing in the body. I'm not telling you to stop.
So does all the doctors say the same thing about cigarettes.
And you probably never had a doctor say, take a lion's mane mushroom that is nutritively good for you and helps all the nerve fibers in your body. I challenge anyone in the chat. I challenge anyone in the chat and hearing this later, you go find the studies that say lion's mane mushroom does anything bad to the body.
Lion's mane mushroom do you smoke it?
Nope, you eat it.
No. Well, I know the Indians, the natives, they used to smoke a peace pipe.
You mean this?
This is not a drug, once again, Rocky and everybody else. This is something you can buy in the grocery store.
It's just a botanical, holistic mushroom.
It's a natural mushroom, and you can eat it. If you grow it yourself, it'll probably taste a little better, but it has a buttery type flavor.
Yeah, you can even buy those little mushroom blocks in a box that you just mist every now and then with lion's mane. Grow it at home.
Now, you didn't hear me say the guarantee for anything else. I would argue against SSRI and SNRI for almost everybody because their argument was a chemical imbalance in the brain and that's been shown over and over again to be within the margin of error. The efficacy is also the same as placebo. That's science. Go deal with your doctor. Now, lion's mane not only doesn't hurt, it's good for you, and it's nutritive. But here's another little part of it, Jody.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with with the assessment of all that of lion's mane. Where I got an issue is when you're guaranteeing this dude that this will heal.
I've had 3 different cadaver.
I'll give you my email address
I've had
too.
3 different cadaver.
Once again, I feel the need to at this point make the disclaimer that any panelists and anything that they're saying is not necessarily the fucking opinions of the rest of the panel. Should not be taken as
none of us are doctors.
We're not doctors. Do not listen to any of us.
There is so much fucking research about mushrooms.
We're
and
all
a lot of people argue.
What kind of, how do you do it? Do you get it in capsules or how do you get it?
I actually would get the ones that were made into like little, almost gummy bears.
Gummy bears.
So I was okay with essentially
Gotta have that
distillate.
sugar. Gummy bears. And
I plan to raise my own. I still have some nerve. See, like even with that, sometimes half of my tongue just goes. And so
when
you look like
it's not for neuropathy. It's not
it
for
is.
neuropathy.
What I didn't know until after the surgeries and everything is that half of your nerve, right, from your tongue comes from the same nerve somehow. I didn't look into it that much. It's just I can pick up a slur. Now,
that's
all the
kind of
people
scary after the epidemic of people that would get their tongue pierced back in the day.
Well, yeah, Elf wants to get her tongue or her ear pierced. And I said 1, yes, but there are like 17 pressure points or nerve points in your ear. Be very careful where you're putting this shit. Frankly, the Western Academy is stupid when it comes to the body. Yeah. Now, you've got meditation was a fucking joke until the 80s or 90s. And then they're like, oh, wow, that's useful. Traditional Chinese medicine was a fucking joke to the Western Academy until the 90s. I could keep going.
Well, it was the Rockefellers took it out of the
Well, they did the schools too. I don't know if they did the medical. My only point to people is research for yourself. If we want to knob slob all the people that are worried about true health getting out, then okay, I'm a guest on a channel. But more people have been healed using
nobody.
Since the 60s.
This is where you're being a hyperbolic jackass. Because nobody's saying that what you're saying is not healthy and that you shouldn't talk about eating that mushrooms and that you shouldn't say
have. I didn't say you, Ben.
Not in here, they're not.
Yeah, in here, I just don't want you making a claim that this absolutely will heal him. When that's I wouldn't assume that a doctor would even make that claim. Like, let's try this and see what it does.
Because doctors are practicing medicine and they'll tell you that just as soon as they can't help you.
Does Odin have any old old herbal remedies for anything? The Odins.
Well,
Odin should have a lot. Odin has a lot of healing things. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And to be fair to him, he's not advocating those right now either. I'm respecting whose channel it is. I'm a guest. I'm not meaning to overstay my welcome. But Jody, you sound frustrated and mentally affected by the fuckery that's been going on in your hand. And all the other stuff that you're doing, they're made to treat symptoms. You ask your doctors, you ask those people in the white coat, what the fuck is this going to do towards healing? And they're going to say nothing. Nothing that you mentioned is toward healing.
Right.
No, they just blame it on anxiety.
Sure.
That's what they do.
And these Christians that are anti-herbal things, like it's some kind of witchcraft, they're like, and they trust the science,
I'm not a religious person. I don't care about religion or anything.
I'm not talking.
He could be taking it that way. I get it.
I don't
I'm
know.
just telling you. I'm just telling you. When you
Understand what
go
this young
through
man
multiple
has been going
surgeries,
through. Hey,
when you go through multiple surgeries, 3 transplants from 3
needs
people
help.
that
Yeah.
are donors that
Yep.
failed, to the point that they had to take my own ligament and
Yep.
reattach it.
You got
just for 4 fingers to work.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
tried
then they
So
just
I
blame-
mean,
and
that
then they
affects
just blame it
quality of
on-
life, Rock.
Probably
That
took
affects
out a good
quality of
liver.
life, and
They
anxiety
took your
can come
liver
on.
out.
If he
They
took
took
his
your
liver
liver out and replaced it with someone else. Ligament.
Ligaments.
Yeah, the
Tendons.
little tendons and well, the
things that
ligaments are
make
the
your
short
hand
pieces.
work.
The tendons are the muscle.
You're
I feel
creepy,
sorry.
bro.
He's talking
You
to
remind me
Rocky.
of the fucking Undertaker, dude.
Thanks for calling me crazy because I appreciate that. That's like a stride. I like being called crazy because
No, I didn't.
No, he was talking about me.
Oh, who?
Yeah, everybody, let's just sing good juju to Jody. He doesn't need to get
We
shit
should all
from
be
us too.
crazy.
But-
Yeah, if the light's bothering you, I can ask her to turn it off, man.
That's all good.
I think it's good for your profile. You
And
look
then
almost sinister with it. And so does Adam. Now, but here's the overarching thing that I don't think would violate any TOS. And I will repeat it, and I've already said it 3 times. You can't rely on anybody else for your health. You have to take responsibility for your health. You have to make the decisions. If you come to the decision that holistic things are the best things, then get to know them. Don't just take somebody else's opinion. Don't just listen to your doctor. People say that to avoid lawyers. It's still not best for your outcome. You have to understand what they say or what they mean when they say, don't do this or do this. Because they're just giving you canned knowledge that works for the 80th percentile. It doesn't work for everybody. They used to think grounding, which Rocky mentioned, was total bullshit until about 2000 or so, when the research just kept coming in, even though the pharmaceutical companies didn't fund it because they would rather give you Neurontin or some other nerve medication. There's so many things that the body does to work together.
I didn't even
They
have
don't get
shoes
it.
till I was 5 years old. You know that. I'm barefoot in the park all
Well,
the time.
I mean, I had open heart surgery a while back, and I didn't take any of the pain meds. I just rode through it.
Sure.
But same thing with my leg. I had a clot in my leg. They had to slice both sides of my leg open, drain the blood after they got the clot out, because if they let the blood rush, my leg would have exploded.
Right.
So yeah, so you know, I all I've ever done for pain is weed. You know, and I'm not saying that, you know, weed's the be all, but I don't really think you need to go past that, really. I don't really trust a whole lot out there, and I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, but I mean, I'd have to do research, and I would recommend you do that before you stick anything in your body.
Absolutely. Especially
Yeah,
a fucking Twinkie.
And
If you can't
I don't trust man-made medicine.
I don't think you should take advice a lot from unhealthy people that are like addicted to drugs.
I wouldn't take my diet advice.
Overweight and,
but I would eat your cooking.
Oh, well, yeah. Never trust a skinny chef. Isn't that what they say?
Yep.
Now, here's why I come to my conviction, guys. I was raised by a hippie, so natural medicine's been a part of it. I always used to think it was nuts and twigs and bullshit. But, you know, I saw her cope through a number of things. She still died of cancer and whatever. But the answer, or the question you need to be asking if you do have ailments, is quality of life. You know, a lot of people go into different reasons for chemotherapy, for example. And there's usually a measure between longevity and quality of life. Everybody needs to make their own decision as well.
What he means is, if you're only going to live an extra year or two, but you're going to have to go through a whole bunch of suffering to gain that, maybe you shouldn't think. Maybe you should go I prefer my life to be not horrible, and I'll just take the not horrible shorter duration rather than the.
You're fucking savage, Ben.
Exactly.
You're fucking savage, dude.
Yeah, maybe there's a reason you shouldn't be living for so long.
What's that, Rock?
Maybe take the shortcut if you're going to be miserable.
Well, you
Drugs,
can't advocate that in your state, but you can in mine.
Stop taking them and see if you can survive.
Well, we should all be taking notice when countries are turning into Logan's Run and allowing people of age without imminent death to take themselves out.
Yeah, they got hospice. That's kind of terrible. Instead of
hospice can be good or bad too.
They give you chemo, which means chemical therapy.
So hold on. Let me. Sorry, Rock. I gotta ask Santa this. So you think that some people that choose to off themselves that's not their choice?
Well, I think some people might be pressured
that they may feel that way.
I think some people be pressured by family.
They give you
hey,
the
Rock,
wrong
I get what you're saying now. I get what you're saying now.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of pressures. I've seen a number of people die, and I've seen a couple of people die up close. And hospice can be really good. I've not seen them bad personally in my experience with two parents.
I had a neighbor and hospice was visiting him. And I told him to get them fuckers out of here, and he's still alive.
Did you drink caffeine too, bro?
Quit drinking too much. He drinks liquor, and so he was dying, and so
I can never decide whether Rocky just don't give a fuck if anybody else is in the middle of a sentence, or whether he can't hear us talking because he doesn't wear headphones.
Yeah, that could be true. Yeah. Now, and I'm coming in for a landing on this. I think hospice at home care with good familial support is probably the best. That's how it was done before the 60s or 50s or whatever, for the most part. Not minding the sanitariums. There are ways that families can push the burden onto someone else. I get that.
I don't want to hear that shit.
Well, tough shit. We're in a group. I have to hear your shit.
Hospice murdered my fucking mother.
Well, I'm sorry. We all have personal trauma, Rock. I was talking to Adam. Man. Now, hospice can be wonderful even where there's not familial support, because I've seen that those that are dying can have a lot of guilt. And so if it's very disruptive for the family, maybe care somewhere else where they visit might be healthier for everybody. And that's just realistic. Personally, I'm going to fly to Alaska, wrap steak around my throat, and go hang out with the Kodiaks. Circle of life. Now, some people think I'm joking. I've raised my kids since 25. They know that. Why? There's nothing to fill out in the insurance paperwork.
Bro, I'm a heathen. I laugh because I think you're full of shit.
Yeah. I got experience with hospice.
Or at least you get the tradition.
I got experience. I could tell you that when my mom was in the nursing
we know you got experience, all right.
During COVID, where I wasn't allowed to visit because of COVID. She was put on hospice. I called her the day before. I said, "Mom, how you feeling?" "Oh, I feel good. I feel fine." "Are you walking?" "Yeah, I'm walking." And then the next 2 days, hospice has her, and she's fucking dead. It's bullshit. They murdered her because I couldn't go in.
Oh,
and
no. They murdered her. Yeah, that might be where you can stop. But in truth, they took the projections.
Like 20 grand or something.
No, they took the projections from the worst case scenario, so they could also slingshot that into emergency authorization for a non-tested medication that, oh, by the way, would be the first time they're using RNA. It was on purpose. It was for money. They knew that it wasn't as bad as they feared, and maybe they genuinely feared that, but they took the worst case scenario. And so that's how science is usually used in the popular media. If they want to argue that we're killing the planet with carbon, which I would assume they are to some degree, anthropogenic climate change, then they make it like it's all our fault. And
it's
then
absolutely
if there's
insane. It's absolutely insane to think that carbon would kill our planet.
right, when it's the basis of life and all
that is
other
the
stuff.
literal. We are carbon-based life forms on this planet.
Carbon,
What the fuck
hydrogen,
is wrong?
oxygen, nitrogen.
Yeah.
And then the other side says, oh, well, we're not doing it. Climate change has happened the entire Earth's history. The truth is somewhere in the middle. And clearly, not all climate change has been created by anthropogenic means, made by humans. You know, there's the sun that's acting differently. We're in a different solar cycle. We have the gases. But so many times, you know, oxygen went way up. I think that was good for the small critters, and then it went down, and that was good for other critters. Things change. Humans like everything to stay the way we know it.
What about chemtrails? That's like weather control.
Chemicals have been put into jet fuel. It's produced. You can Google it, and it's found. Where this is diluted a little bit is some people said it was to make us all do different things or whatever. I kind of favor the almost conspiratorial that yes, it was for cloud seeding, but it might have a secondary purpose as well.
Yeah, there's
and
a
after
movie,
all, it's magnetic,
movie.
and HAARP would resonate with magnetic. So I don't know. Maybe it was all about weather control.
Well, there's an old movie in 1967 called What's So Bad About Feeling Good, about a supposed bird that brought in a supposed virus, and it made people happy.
That's not a particularly catchy name for a movie.
No, but Mary Tyler Moore and some famous people were in there, and it was telling about how Dom DeLuise was a comedian, and he put a globe around his head because New York was infected with this thing that made everybody feel good. They would put the trash away. They were nice people. They were nice to people. Instead of arguing with people, they were nice. And so they wanted to get rid of that because no one was buying cigarettes or drinking anymore. So they had to fix the thing because nobody was paying taxes for alcohol and cigarettes.
Oh, you mean Soma and Brave New World?
They said the way they could cure it was to put this chemical in the gasoline and burn it. And that was back in 67. They were talking about chemtrails in order to control the mind.
That's what I was just about to bring up is the chemtrails.
Sure. I don't subscribe to the most conspiratorial part about chemtrails, but the two obvious ones that I mentioned would have impact beyond our expectation.
Anyway, it was a hard movie to find. I had to look it up and get it on a DVD. You can't find it. It's called What's So Bad About Feeling Good with Mary Tyler Moore. And check it out.
I'll tell you why you can't find it, because it was a trash ass movie.
It comes in, and it's in 1960.
Hey, when you're citing Don DeLuise and Mary Tyler Moore, you might understand our skepticism, right?
It comes in 1967 at the World Trade Center. It zooms in on the spot where the World Trade Center hadn't been built yet. The year
don't
it started,
get me onto the World Trade Center. I get.
I'm an old conspiracy hour. I take it.
I'm an old. Hey, I just talked to the firefighters that were there. First-hand knowledge. I talked to the firefighters that were there. I trust them a lot more than this or any insurance company.
The Twin Towers came down exactly 33 years after the destruction.
Hold on, I gotta ask Mr. Balderson something. I had to leave you guys earlier, so was there anything groundbreaking in the files?
Dude, it was so bad, so bad.
Was there another file release?
Lots of black lines.
Dude, so suppose Trump came out and made a giant announcement and made a big deal about it and said he's making a giant announcement. So we watched his giant announcement. His giant announcement was that he was releasing files that definitively showed cheating from the 2020 election and how Democrats were fucking our country and all this blah, 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 blah. So we watched
China.
We watched his
China.
It's
China.
We watched his release, and so he said the big thing there was then that on the US or the whitehouse.gov, you could go and you could look at these declassified, first time ever for the American public, so they could all see what cheaters the Democrats are and how
Literally
they're trying
nothing.
to ruin your country. And they released it to the American public, and dude, this shit was not at all fucking declassified documents. It was
Right.
straight up fucking memos. Basically, it was just straight up propaganda.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck is happening right now?
I think he won some court case in Georgia too recently. And so whenever anybody hears me, I'm not pro or against Trump. I'm not pro or against anybody. Hell with all your presidents.
He tried to blame it on China, right? He was blaming it on China.
He was saying we went specifically through the China document, and the China document fucking said basically that there was nothing that it was very low to medium credibility evidence that this was even a thing. Which low to medium credibility, that's not good. Like,
oh, I'm sure there's stuff.
I did.
No, they literally had a thing that said that they absolutely had proof that China did not fucking
low to medium, word verbatim.
Well, and at the end of it, it said there's definitive proof that China did not actually do anything to change the election. They did nothing to affect the government. And fucking, we're like, hold on, what do you mean? Definitively? And then it said definitively that most people believe China didn't even actually have anything to do with anything. And fucking that this was that China made no actual overt moves in any way, shape, or form. It's like all of it was just all bad, dude. You're like, what the fuck?
Everything he basically said in his speech was bullshit then.
Everything he said in his speech was complete bullshit.
Hey Ben, can I talk for a sec? Because I did want to call in. I did want to call in while Joe was on, but he bounced pretty quick. I think that it's that whatever the fuck that they're releasing might be counterintelligence. If you think about it, I mean, why would they release what actually happened? You know what I'm saying?
Well, let me counter that though. Well, I think that is a good thought process. He literally went out into the public and said, "What I'm about to release is definitive." Blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
it's totally declassified. It's China. China was here.
Yeah, running circles.
And then like the little I saw with Mr. Balderson, it was 90% redacted. So you weren't reading shit but black lines.
Well, it wasn't 90%.
Dude, it was enough.
When you got giant black squares everywhere, that's about 90%.
It was enough to where you couldn't definitively say any answer in any way, shape, or form.
I think I'm not saying you're not wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying it's a little odd.
Yeah, I think the giant black squares are actually pictures, is what I'm thinking.
Right.
Well, I mean, before I had to go and deal with what I had to deal with, you know, the way that they were reading it, it was like, well, I didn't like the names they were calling me. They were very mean. I did not like them.
Yeah, it kind of sounds.
That's literally the only thing they proved in this was that China called him names and made fun of him.
And that's
he said I was the orange man.
And that's coming from the intelligence agency, right?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be smart to just put that out as a counterintelligence?
I didn't like that they called me a Cheeto.
It'd be interesting to see even the majority of stuff that went through the DNI.
I mean,
Very,
think of
very.
how deep fucking CIA thinking goes.
Listen, I don't. At this point, I don't trust none of them.
No.
Oh, I
not
I
at
like
all.
Chinese.
any
I like
of 'em.
Chinese. You know, I think the Chinese are smart.
Oh,
I
you
never
all
met a
right? We're
Chinese
getting you a
guy.
ticket. We're getting you a ticket. You go
Never
live
met a
there.
Chinese
Okay,
guy.
somebody offered me a ticket. I already
I
lived there for a
think
year, and
Chinese
you know
women
what?
are hot.
Everybody knew their place, and there was a certain order to it. And then I flashed forward to the coup.
Yeah, because there's
and
that
people
threat
were
of
locked
death.
in their buildings and couldn't get out. Oh wait,
Well,
that
am I
happened here
wrong?
too.
Oh, hold on,
I like.
Salty Santa. Hold
Yeah.
on. Don't they got like a social system there where you got like certain amount of social points you're
And
allowed to work?
you're not heading toward that, Adam.
Oh no, I'm not saying we're not. I'm
We're
just saying
not
I
at
didn't know
it.
if
We're not
that was a
at
real
it, though,
thing.
Santa.
That
We're
was
not
my
at
only
it, though.
point.
Trump is racist
Well,
against
a lot
people.
of people did the coup just like they did in China.
Racist.
Not a lot of
Well,
people.
because see, I heard the UK's trying to implement that for the workforce over there, the social
What's good
card.
for the
So
goose
if you
is
don't
good
have
for the
enough
gander.
points, yep.
They will
If you don't
push
have
it
enough
here.
points on your social card, you can't even work. You can't make a living. Nothing.
And you're assuming that
I think that's a
something
good
like that's
idea.
not already
I
in
think
place.
if you don't work, you shouldn't live anyway. I think Chinese
Something
are.
like that is not in place in the United
Jesus
States.
Christ.
Okay. Okay.
That's a biblical law.
You've
If you don't
you've
work,
got
you don't eat.
points. I've got points for different things. I have a JSOC and FBI jacket. I know it.
Santa,
You tell me that some
in
kind of
no
social
way, in no
score-
way does my travel become restricted because of my political affiliations.
Fly
or
out of New
fucking
York,
way.
out of
That's-
Islip 2 days after 9/11,
No, it's un-American.
and you tell
that was
me
my
my
fucking
travel
point.
my travel was
If
hell.
you don't like it, then just fucking leave.
Your
Simple
travel
I don't
as
wasn't
that.
have to
held
leave.
because of
My
your
family
social.
founded this country, boy.
Your
I don't need to go
okay,
anywhere.
your
Boy.
travel wasn't withheld because of your social opinion, Santa. That's a disingenuous answer.
Social credit score has more to
That-
do than with just your social
Yeah, that's
media.
what it's called, social
and
credit
they
score.
are doing it in England already. There's
Again,
people
you
getting
just tried
arrested
naming
already.
a situation that
And
had
there are
nothing to do
people
with your
having
social credit
okay.
score.
Then the retired cop who posted something on social media who got arrested, that wasn't at all related.
The retired
Santa,
cop that what?
He
You got
was
lost.
he was in some Kentucky-ish, somewhere in that area. He retired from a department not far away. He was critical of the other police chief, and so the police department in that area came by, gave him a courtesy call, and later came by to arrest him because an arrest warrant was filed for what he had posted on social media. Not a First Amendment violation or anything like that. No violence whatsoever. My point is that humans abuse power. I didn't say we were already like China. I said
Why are
it's
you trying to compare that to an actual governmental system that says that you fucking have to maintain certain social positions or else they will take away your ability to travel and buy certain things, access your bank account.
Are you saying this clearly right after COVID?
Oh, you've been to
Are you
China,
saying
have
this
you?
clearly out loud after 2 years of
I have
people
zero interest in going to China.
I
Let's not
managed
give
to
Santa
access
a hard
my bank
time.
What I'm
account.
saying is,
I
you believe everything they tell you that's going on in China, like, oh, their head.
That's a real thing. I'm not making that up. It's not just some shit I heard. He said the name. It's a social credit system. If you don't have enough social credit points in their society, you cannot work, you can't buy certain things, you can't travel, you can't do anything.
That's fucking
It's
facts.
told to
That's
us
facts,
worse
dude.
than it is, and it's also not
They also
true.
credit score. We
It's
must
partially
compete
true.
with China. AI.
One
we
at a
must
fucking
compete.
time, and that mostly applies to
Yeah.
you, Rocky.
I was speaking first.
You
and
weren't
everybody
speaking
interrupted.
first. You weren't speaking first. When just because you started speaking doesn't mean you're speaking first.
You
crazy
never let me
fucker.
finish.
We should know that the truth is somewhere between both extremes. Now, I don't believe the media when they say that, Heng Shui is going down to go to the grocery mart and his card doesn't work. Is it possible? Yeah, it's possible. We did that to truckers and other people who were at protests. So is it possible here? Yes, it's
Who's we? Do you live in Canada all of a sudden?
You don't think that border was affecting U.S. truckers?
No,
because they had GoFundMe accounts that were from here as well, and there were U.S. truckers who were related to their
why
business.
are you like super disingenuous tonight with your things? Are you? Do you need
Okay,
to like,
where
like
GoFundMe accounts? Stop.
Where is that? Where is that coming from?
It's not me.
It's not me.
It's not
He's
me.
trying to prove they have social credit scoring already through this PayPal thing, where if you didn't agree with the government, they froze his assets in PayPal, which is a type of social crediting.
PayPal
I see a lot of controversial crap online.
PayPal, I hate to tell everybody, but PayPal is not owned by the government.
These non-government agencies that go around. Well, we're non-government organizations.
Hold on, Mr. Balderson, real quick, Rocky. Who owns PayPal? China?
Probably some Jew.
I don't know who now.
I mean, I'm not going to deny that part, but PayPal is not the government. And,
I said GoFundMe. I was very precise, and I'm not anti. I just know that those things have happened, and when I'm told that they can't happen or they're not happening, they may be happening in limited degree that we don't see. The social experiment / psyop that happened a few years ago affected the majority of our population.
I don't disagree that there was a social experiment psyop, but it's not the psyop that you just tried making it out to be. What the psyop we
can do that soon.
What the psyop that they pulled off is seeing how far they could get the cooperation of the willing cooperation of the public, and apparently we as a public, and that's not just American, that's the world.
Sure,
right. It was kind of like it was kind of like.
I agree that Ben and I are talking about something serious.
Rocky, you definitely weren't talking first. I was in the middle of a fucking sentence. And no matter what you say right now, Rocky, you need to stop doing that. You notice we're all talking at normal tones of voice and having a very interesting discourse, and then you just decide to start talking while we're fucking talking. Stop doing that, Rocky. Can you be an adult? Cool.
Can somebody shut
may I
that
address
fucking
the greater issue here, Ben?
What's that now?
I might seem contrarian today. Okay. But so far, the only thing I've been absolutist about was lion's mane mushroom. And even when it goes back to weed, I cited the references I was referring to, gave you the year and the date. So it's not like I'm coming off half-baked.
Again, I agree with the things that you're saying here. With the things that you're saying, I agree with the particular protocols that you're talking about. What I don't agree with is that you're saying things that are of extreme medical claim, and YouTube is particularly prickly about that. And
I honored it being your channel. So if we can't move past it, then I'll exit. I said,
again,
hey,
I'm not saying
don't
recommend. I'm not saying don't recommend these particular products and say that they have been shown to be extraordinarily helpful, because they certainly have.
Okay, I stopped talking about it. The last time you started getting after me is I was talking about social credit scores.
Right.
But
the reason I talked about it is because the guy said China already has it, and you want to stick up for China.
I didn't stick up for China. I said I don't even know.
So you're sitting there pointing out how it's in, but it's not in America yet.
But you didn't hear me clearly. I lived in China. I saw them, and then I saw the COOF. And I saw people jumping out of their condo windows in China. And then, oh, wait, I saw our government act pretty much the same way. I don't think that that's defending China.
Yeah,
I'm not pro-China.
You specifically said, oh, and you don't think they do that here? No, they don't. We don't have a social credit.
There weren't lockdowns across all 50 states.
I was just
the lockdowns were absolutely a self-imposed system, because guess what? Right during the height of that, I went on a honeymoon with my wife where we went where we drove across the entire country and went all the way to New York and then went to Niagara Falls. You drove right by the blinky signs on the side of the road saying that you had to turn yourself in and isolate yourself for however many fucking days. We drove by that thing like it was a construction sign and just kept going. Went right to Niagara Falls. Did not wear a mask while at Niagara Falls. This was all how much will you cooperate with?
Okay, well, I gotta real quick. I gotta concur with Mr. Balderson.
Something that affected 90% of the people. A lot of the 90% of the people, you can categorize them if you want, but that affected the country.
Yeah.
And if you don't think that all that other shit was for the coof, then that's on you. You did it. I did it. Okay, we stand out. We're a little bit different thinkers. But it affected our culture, and the social credit score is not going to affect you and I, because we'll work around that too. But to say that I'm being argumentative or whatever, I'm not rage quitting or whatever, but clearly Mercury's in retrograde or some shit. I talked about a natural thing. You said not to. I stopped talking about it.
I didn't say here's where you keep being fucking disingenuous. I didn't say don't talk about the natural thing. I said don't make an extraordinary medical claim. Talk about the natural thing all you fucking want. Nobody said. They said China specifically has a social credit system that fucking stops people from purchasing things, stops people from accessing their bank accounts, stops people from traveling. And you fucking said we have one too, and then you listed shit.
Go fund me.
Your fucking list of examples were when fucking 9/11 happened and you were stopped from travel, which had nothing to do with social
I didn't
credit.
say that's not what I said, Ben. I said I was talking first person knowledge with the firefighters.
I couldn't travel after 9/11.
Play it back.
How
I didn't say that at all. I said I was there talking with the firefighters at Ground Zero. There's reason for my tinfoil hat. That's all I said. And I said, as far as controlling funds, being on a protest line, I know what it's like when I see people's accounts get held. Was that the government or the bank on its own? I don't know.
The only bank accounts that got held by the government were in Canada.
For the truckers that you know of, who did that? GoFundMe. That's not all the accounts that were held. Some of the accounts that were held were ones that funded those accounts.
That is still all Canadian shit. Saying that people that fucking donated from America. That's not how the world
works, bro. They're international banks.
People that donated from America.
You might recall there was a time that people selling weed couldn't deposit weed money.
And guess what GoFundMe is? Guess what GoFundMe is? Let's think about it real hard.
You go look it up. I said I don't know who owns it.
Is GoFundMe a government agency, or is
you might recall a time when people selling weed couldn't deposit weed money into banks? Was that the government or was that the bank?
Is GoFundMe a private agency?
Can I interject?
You're being recalcitrant.
No,
I usually agree with you, but you're not seeing how we're in a bigger mind game than you might see.
You're just being disingenuous as shit is all that's going on here, Santa.
Okay, so I'll go and review the time that I came on, and I'll produce the clips of what I didn't say.
I don't want Santa to
I'll say I was with them with 9/11. I said, here's the evidence for the mushroom. People shouldn't, do anything. I said they shouldn't follow my advice.
Nobody said you shouldn't bring up the studies about the fucking mushrooms. Quit being
I agree. You're changing the subject, Ben. You're changing
You're the one who just said it, motherfucker. Stop with the disingenuous bullshit.
All right. Well, do you want it? Can we continue this? I mean, honestly.
No, it's my turn.
If not, if it's killing everybody's buzz, I'm more than fucking happy to go. I don't like being a burden on anybody's channel.
Santa. You're a
I
fucking
stopped
dick.
bringing
You're
it up after you said to stop talking about it, because you said don't make disingenuous claims or unsupportable claims, whatever fucking word it is. And I stopped.
I said don't make medical claims because YouTube has an issue with it. I've been struck before, and in fact sat 2 years in fucking YouTube purgatory because I made big medical claims during the Koof era and fucking said that was not something. I talked against the fucking vaccine. My channel was put on the blackball list for years. I would appreciate it if actual medical claims were not happening on my fucking channel.
Okay, I appreciate it. It's your fucking channel. And I called myself a guest on this channel multiple times. I've not treated you with disrespect.
Just chill, bro. Just fucking chill, dude.
I've talked about 4 things, and I've been having somebody up my ass each of the 4.
Just put your mic on.
All I said, you said you've been to China, so I brought up the social credit score. That was on me, but I was
fuck me. I might as well have done that. Yeah, I said I lived there, and everybody knew their place. And if you think about it, that's not saying it's a happy fucking place, is it? And then they were jumping out of their buildings during the coup because they weren't physically allowed to leave them. And we had something very similar in the U.S. Did we not?
No, we had people that chose to stay in their homes because they were told.
Okay, so you and I disagree. You and I disagree. Right. That's cool.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you.
The authorities go around and fucking force people to stay in their homes. Did that happen?
And
they made it look like they were. Sure.
Did that happen?
Well, now you're talking to another independent person who would have found a way to do it. And I did find a way to do it. And I found a way to not have the shots.
Again, I traveled.
Well, hold on. Can I interrupt? Because I think
I traveled all the way across the country. I went to the fucking Niagara Falls. I have it on video. It's on YouTube. During the height of that period, went to Niagara Falls, didn't wear a mask, went all through Niagara Falls and did all the touristy shit. Went to House on a Rock, did all the touristy shit. Went to Philadelphia, went to New York, went and spoke at a major event, did all those things. And guess how many times the government stopped me and forced me to do fuck all?
Fuck yeah,
you disagree. Okay.
Let's go, Ben. Let's fucking go, Ben.
Well, yeah, let's go. Hey, I'm not rage quitting. I'm not being a dick, but clearly we're not going to agree.
You're fucking tripping, Santa. You got to calm down, bro.
Look back let me say something real quick.
Santa.
I didn't say.
Santa, I'm trying to understand both sides of this real quick.
This is a debate and a disagreement. The only thing you were told not to say is make a medical claim.
Am I saying it?
You're not doing that, but you just got done saying that we're telling you what to fucking say. And we're not doing that right now. We're just debating. We're just debating. You can still make the claim that you're making. That's fine, but defend it.
I did, just like with the weed. I cited references, did I not?
You are failing to cite the references where the government imposed social credit system in the United States.
Okay, I'll find one. I'll find one while we're waiting.
Well, please do.
Okay.
Because refusing to allow people to travel is an abrogation of our constitutional rights. That's why I care.
No, I did not say that that's not an abrogation of our constitutional rights. It's absolutely.
I didn't say you did.
Is that a social credit system?
You're building a straw man and knocking it down. I didn't say you did.
But that's what that was your answer to what
I didn't say you said that. I didn't say you said it. I said I noticed because I saw an abrogation of our constitutional rights. I'm a constitutionalist. I'm not a governmentalist. They were hemming us in, and they were restricting people's rights to commerce. They were restricting people's rights to travel. You and I are going to do whatever the fuck we want anyway. So and I are not good markers for what society does.
I didn't say that society did not did not.
I agree.
For
You
the
didn't
most
say
part, follow the rules, and most people are sheep. It's really scary that all the fucking guys we thought were villains in the 80s, when they're like, people are sheep, you're like, oh, that guy was right. Never mind. He was not the bad guy. Like, he was just fucking paying attention. Like, people are sheep. I agree.
Sure. And part of my passion for this is watching the battalion chief giving me a tour of Ground Zero, which I mentioned before was still fucking on fire, and meeting families all the way across. I'm sorry, I should just be chilled about the 500 people that are fucking crying to death and finding out there was more to the story than we know. I'm not going, you know.
I have no idea what you're talking about right now, or that anybody argued against you being.
I think he's talking about 9/11.
Yeah, I don't understand where 9/11 came in.
I was told to just chill. 9/11 has to do with
About
public
what?
trust.
Who told you to just chill about talking?
Jody, what was it for?
I think he was just telling y'all to chill out because it's getting a little loud.
Sure.
I don't think he was telling you to chill out of what you were saying.
Yeah, I was not. I
misunderstood.
I think I was yelling at Rocky,
Santa.
who couldn't stop fucking interrupting tonight.
Santa, let me ask you this. Are you saying that during COVID that they were telling us that are you comparing like COVID to the social credit score when they were telling us the 6 feet thing and can't have so many people gathering and that kind of stuff? Because I agree with Mr. Balderson. I worked the whole time during COVID. I delivered food for my cousin's restaurant.
A lot of people did. Here's how typically in history populations are reeled in like that. They do several. Oh my God. Some people say Pearl Harbor. Some people say that the document saying they need another Pearl Harbor before 9/11 is curious. I'm not saying shit other than there are several times where there are checks on a population to see what they will do.
I agree
Are
with
they
that.
going to comply?
So more like a
and they
social
almost
experiment
always
then.
use fear. Yeah, I would go as far as an experiment. It wasn't the social credit score. It's not near the credit score. But at different times, my ability to go ahead and protest, and people that I know who protest had their accounts frozen because of proximity to an area before a court order. That's also a constitutional issue. Now, there were people that were supporting the truckers and other things, doing fundraisers for them, stated that they were for them, and that was closed as well. Yes, that was a private company. I agree that it was a private company. I agree that it's a really big private company that might have had somebody just drop in. It's been documented before that there are 3-letter agencies in the larger companies. I don't know to what degree. But I can tell you when I was at Standing Rock, I was talking to the State Department, and then I go over and talk to the FBI. Oh, wait. In our veterans tent, by the way. I mean, there could have been like 150 agents on the Indian side, if you would. Right? This is how the government works. That's how security and intelligence works. I didn't make any bones about that then. I just said, hey, until there's going to be violence where we take the drill pad, leave me out of it. I'm not into conspiracies. And it turns out I was on the security detail. Did I learn anything weird or crooked? No, our government was doing exactly what it should be doing. It had people in there to make sure shit didn't get really way out of hand. As far as the big companies, AT&T was siphoning off a full direct feed of all internet traffic to Asia back in the 80s and 90s. Should they? Well, they shouldn't be catching American traffic, but they did. And I didn't really tell about that. I didn't.
Hey, Ben.
I got really concerned though when President Obama suspended, I think it was also with an NDAA, habeas corpus, so he could kill an American citizen who was living overseas. I think that expired with the next NDAA, but what happens typically is these little limits are set for a reason. They tend to pull back just enough. We start bitching, and then they accumulate. So did I say we have what China has? I already said, no, we don't have that. I've been over there. Everybody knows.
I don't disagree with you, though. I don't disagree with you that it can happen because, like I said, the UK is already trying it with their work,
with the
social, whatever they're calling it.
But
and I don't think it's far-fetched to believe that these Democrats won't try to impose that. I mean, look at what the Socialist Democratic Party or Socialist, the DSA. They want to get rid of the presidency. Basically put everything under Congress, and everyone's got to answer just to Congress.
Sure, I can see how that's valid.
They just want to break down the social government to have absolute control over the masses.
But as we grow more globally, the CIA has worked more locally than they're supposed to.
Oh, so
the NSA has already been doing the local contracting and collection. You know, those data centers aren't all just for AI. There are records of the NSA talking about their increased data storage. I mean, I'm just saying that these things are coming unless we're aware of it and we start pushing back on them. If I got into
let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the movie The Minority Report?
Yeah, I like it.
Do you think
that was 10 years behind when they filmed
it? Something like that?
I think that we're in levels of that, but you really have to be a piece of shit to be that high on anybody's radar. I mean, a lot of my buddies coming out of the military, we had a lot of security clearances, a lot of know-how, not a problem in the world, you know, whatever. The protest thing started to bug me because protesting used to be one of the foundations of the First Amendment. And then I think it was Bush Jr. who really started pushing back on that by designating areas as First Amendment areas. And then, as I recall, he got slammed for that sufficiently. But what happened instead, especially after a lot of the Standing Rock protest, they started saying that if you block a road, which I'm not for, but if you block a road, that was economic terrorism. Now, so that was against the law. And then, as somebody just mentioned, flock cameras can be everywhere. Visibility can be everywhere, but you can't state your opinion everywhere. And if I'm not mistaken, Clay would be the expert on this. Even those guys that are doing the First Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment protest, however they do them, the government has gotten in the habit of just telling people on a sidewalk, you can't do that. And you might recall.
Well, let me ask you this. Sure. This might be a little off topic, though, but let me ask you this, Sandra, because you're pretty knowledgeable. Do you think a civil war is coming at all? That it's even possible?
Gosh, no. I think the population is so feckless now. I don't think they have the stones for it.
I think they're too comfortable.
Yeah,
you gotta be hungry before you get that. And we think that we're hungry. Then if we were hungry, then we wouldn't all be fat.
Right, I agree with that. That's why I'd asked them, you know, because the way I look at it, if there was a current civil war, I don't think it would be like army versus army. It'd be like pocket engagements in cities and stuff.
It would likely be more of an insurgency. So people talk about the left. The left, for the most part, is a very disorganized group of people with a lot of different goals. But the ones that scare me are the ones that are united with definite goals. And we saw them mixed into a lot of protests.
So you're scared of unity?
I'm not scared of anybody or anyone or the government.
I think what Santa's trying to say is that you got communism on the rise on the Democratic side. Sure. You got Islamic extremists. In my opinion, this is my opinion. I don't want to anyone in the chat.
A lot of people came in. There's certainly sleeper cells here, and people might think, "Oh, that's conspiratorial." There have been proven Russian sleeper cells since the 70s. I mean, sleeper cells happen.
honestly, Santa, you kind of seem like a sleeper cell.
Yeah, that's why the FBI isn't worried about
You were there at 9/11. You were there for all these events. Are you a crisis actor or are you a sleeper agent?
I don't need to be. I'm just a constitutionalist. And you can be honest all you want. I already told you I got a JSOC and an FBI file. All you need is access to it from your boy there in president, and you can take a look at it.
So that's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy that you already have.
It sounds crazy that I know what my government should be doing. That's why all the wimpy people who are living off what the generations before are going to be saying when stuff gets taken out of their mouths.
You're talking about communism to
so
America.
did they in the 30s and 40s. Maybe you should take a history book and read it.
Because if you take a look right now, you got communists winning everywhere.
Yeah.
It's a double-edged sword. They're not just communists; they're also Islamists.
What's happening. So I'm weird because I know what's happening. No, I don't know all. I just pay attention to constitutional shit. While other people were playing video games, I was watching Intel Breach.
It's just funny that you're there on all these major events.
Yeah, because I was actually in San Diego, and I rode a Harley from San Diego to New York City with police escort, bringing teddy bears to the families that were affected by the towers that were firefighters and policemen. Yeah, it was really coinky-dink that I was there.
Oh, that's a good cover story.
Yeah, the one that I didn't even create. How about that? So maybe that's another government conspiracy for you. The police officer said, hey, you're really into these nonprofit things, and you're the only one on our team who's ever ridden a motorcycle. So I had to go get my motorcycle enhancement or whatever they call it, endorsement, and rent a motorcycle to do that. It was a dirt bike, nearly fell on my ass 5 times. He goes, what you doing this for? Oh, a charity ride. Sign me off. Then I went to the Harley dealership, got some money for 3 other people, got the Harley that night, nearly wrecked on the freeway because I'd never ridden a Harley before. And I said, hey, I'll live through that. I'll probably make it, and led the 150 police and about, 200 bikers to Las Vegas at a very high rate of speed, nearly shitting myself the whole time. No, kind of what I'm making so fun about this.
I think you're a spook, dude. I think you're part.
Yeah. Well, you could.
I'm not
maybe
buying it, not one bit, dude. I think you're a spook, dude. I think that you were part of some fucking CIA.
Well, the first hint that I wouldn't be a spook is how hot I get when somebody said stupid stuff.
I don't know, bro.
Unless I'm the counter terrorism.
I
got a police escort through the 10 fire departments that were hit worst, and then we were fucking exhausted. But the thing that really humbled me the most is we went to the bus depot. I'd never been to New York before. So we went to this bus depot.
I don't buy that either.
Well, you
you
listen to your government. You don't listen
to the fucking streets.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about real history that your generation doesn't know shit about. A lot of people have done a lot of things.
If it's my first time going to New York,
man, I read books, bud. I read books.
How many motorcycle rides where they're going across the country, Adam? I know at least 5. And then the pilots did one. I think it was Hands Across America or Wings Across America. We met them about halfway. So these are just things that happened.
No, I wasn't disagreeing. I was just joking with you because you're like, hey, your generation don't know anything. I'm like, hold up, man.
Are you and Jody the same generation?
You think there's a conspiracy?
I don't know how Jody is. I'm 42.
Yeah,
I'm
Jody.
I'm 33.
Yeah.
Oh, he's still a
Jody,
baby.
you're the age of my children.
I'm 68.
You probably don't believe that either.
I thought you came from the 1700s, bud.
Yeah. No, I just like reading history. Now before
you boys drink too much soy. You guys.
No, I was sipping the Kool-Aid
drinking too much
until
soy.
the Gulf War.
You know, beer Do you know beer has more soy in it than?
I don't drink.
Yeah, neither do I. I mean, I'll have a sip every once in a while, but I
making
can't
Americans weak. They put
so
shit
I
that
was
makes
Go
gay,
America and everything, and then I was there, and I didn't
Is that
lose
Joe?
that until after I started looking into George Bush Jr. Yeah, and the relax thing is why more people won't stand up, Jody. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying a lot of people don't realize what's happening because we don't have the generational knowledge that we used to. It seems normal for family farms to disappear. It seems normal for the city council to be electing, communist and shit. That wasn't normal 40 years ago.
Eat out of plastic bottles. Plastic.
That was considered weird shit.
Dude, this is random shit coming out of Rocky's mouth.
that is the state of Rocky, yes.
And so, when the 80s were awesome, there was less racial tension in the 80s. I wonder, I don't know, if Obama, was, the chat's asking, I'm 55. I was in Gulf War I. I went in.
I'll give Obama that. The first gay president. He was married to
and maybe he is. See, I'm Gen X. I couldn't give a shit whose dick he sucked. But I used to believe in government, but when you hear the stuff from Reagan and then you hear the shit get recycled over time, you're like, this is all a fucking game. And then I studied other stuff in the occult, and you start realizing, wow, this really is a fucking game. And then you start looking at world history, I'm sorry, I went to college and I was interested in this stuff. Okay, that's why.
Where'd you go to college?
First NAU and then Pepperdine. Is that good enough?
Yeah.
So, yeah. No, I do. I did mean that as a little bit of a job, but
Jody, man, let me ask you this, man. Who do you work for? The CIA, the NSA, the FBI? Because you ask a lot of damn questions.
I know. He's curious.
I don't trust that.
All the three letters, dude.
He said, I don't trust Salty Santa. He's a government plant.
But mostly the MOM, your mom.
Whoa,
yeah,
whoa,
but check this out. Do you honestly? I mean,
I
know it's a jib.
No, do you know what that guy, what that program is?
Hey, we're not talking about moms and all that other shit. That doesn't go here. Don't do it again.
Here's my drill instructor.
It's a legit program.
Yeah, I think the trouble with the programs, again, it's what really happened and what we're told. If anybody thinks that's tinfoil hat, please go for a weekend out in the forest and not listen to the news or whatever for a little while. And then when you come back, it might seem like it's just, it's meant to keep you anxious. It's meant to keep you stressed out. And the stories are almost all fear, because people who are afraid are easier to control. Now,
well, yeah, I agree with that, but that doesn't apply to me, because I look at life in layers. I dissect things for what it is, and I peel back what they're actually saying to what it really means, because they'll say one thing and really do another.
I found it's reliable
like
enough to always go in the middle between the sides and start there. Now, I've talked about almost every single thing I know about here. Some people say, oh, he's a know-it-all. Oh, no, I lived as a farmer. I was in the military. I studied sociology, psychology, and history.
You're a farmer?
And I was a programmer for 30-something years. You won't hear me, like with the seeded clouds. I read it in the newspaper, man. I was like, not particularly
Rocky, man,
interested.
what the hell are you wearing, dude?
Huh?
I don't know. You just put this hat on, and it looks like a fur scarf.
I think the almost green shirt's throwing the background thing off.
My
No,
Marine
not
Corps
you. I
drill
said Rocky.
instructor hat.
He's over there dressed up like a diva right now.
Rocky's doing weird shit on screen. It's Rocky. That's what he does.
Yeah.
With his, isn't that the Smokey the Bear hat?
Yeah, it's a Ranger hat, a Marine Corps drill instructor hat. You're
All
supposed
right,
to
we
put
got about 10 minutes left of the stream.
you put the Marine Corps emblem in there. There used to be a leather strap that hooked onto your back of your head. And then the Marine drill instructor would say,
Oh, I've seen those hats before. Yeah.
climbers begin. And then you'd go in the corner and do mountain climbers. And then you'd say, side straddle hops. And shit like that. Anyway,
Yeah. So
a drill
we just
instructor
happened to
gave
be
me-
talking about topics that I know. 9/11, I was involved because of a charity thing. I was just fucked up watching it like everybody else was. My boss was involved in a charity thing. So it's usually I know somebody who's involved, and then I end up being the sucker who's willing to do it.
Yeah, I think I was like 17 when 9/11 happened.
Yeah. I was at work in California.
Beaver.
The guy who was going to do the ride for us fell off the wagon. That's why we were just, oh shit. And everybody else did everything. I mean, it was life changing, but I wouldn't do it again because 2 to 3 times a lot of times it was at night.
So
we
did you
meet
get
up
to
with
go
the
to Ground
families
Zero?
at the fire station.
His cat
that?
gonna take a dump on screen.
Did you get to go to Ground Zero, like the actual rubble and all that?
Yeah. And it was, I don't remember the day. It was November 10th, 11th, or 12th.
What the
I don't care, Jody. I don't need your approval, bud. You can nod all you want. I'm not a guy who looks for other people's approval. You may have figured that out by now. So we went the lower route. I guess that was the 10 almost all the way across. And then was it the 25 up or something like that? I just remember that we went on the Turnpike, I guess it's called in New Jersey. And then we came into New York that way. I didn't ride the bike on the way, but the hard part is when we would stop at these towns for press releases and to collect the bears. I didn't realize how many firefighter friends and family there are across the country. And so there you're talking to people like one after another, and then you ride, and we were doing 10, 14 hours a day.
What kind of feeling did you get when you saw the actual site where the buildings were gone and it was just rubble? What came over you?
A giant hole in my chest, to be honest.
So when
there was a smell that I smelt before. It's hard to describe, and humans were in that air I was breathing still.
And I'm only asking. I'm not trying to stir up any bad memories.
Hey,
I'll tell the curiosity.
Truth. Yeah, I'll answer them. I have nothing to hide, nothing to promote. I don't have my own channel. I didn't write a book. Fuck all that. That's just not me. But there's a firefighter on the panel that knows there's a certain smell that you recognize once you know it.
Every motherfucking time.
And so after meeting all these people,
you're talking like a charred smell.
It's I couldn't
Let's
describe
just put it
really.
this way: I smelled it for 26 fucking years, and every once in a while somebody will start like a fireplace fire, or they'll be burning like shit that they're not supposed to here in Central Florida, and I smell it, and it's like I go right to it. I can smell it, and sure as shit, something's on fire that is not supposed to be.
Why?
Yeah. And people say, the air was fine to breathe. No, the air wasn't fine to breathe because they were still dismantling the buildings. And so as they dismantled the buildings and they were using the front loaders and everything to get everything out, it wasn't safe to breathe. And they found that more later when so many of the firemen and other volunteers had it. I was only there for like 2 or 3 hours. You know,
They
Still, I mean, I asked because it had to have been a powerful moment, though. That's why.
Even to think about it right
tell you a
now,
little
my
story.
soul feels crushed. Yeah.
Let me tell you.
It was a
I guess I can commiserate with that because, like, when I saw Charlie Kirk die in real time.
Right.
And I love Charlie Kirk. I don't care what anyone's got to say about him.
Sure.
I love the guy. I respected the hell out of him. And to see someone I loved and respected, just, you know, that's what I felt, like a giant hole in my heart.
You see Charlie in live time?
Let me tell you a little story.
No,
about
can I please? Please?
Go ahead. We got about 4 minutes left.
You were there when Charlie passed?
No, I got friends and I was watching the thing live and they censored a lot of it. I saw him die in real time. I saw the blood spurt right out of his neck.
Yeah.
You know, on the forward operating bases in Iraq, they used to, right next to the back gate where I went past every once in a while.
Hey,
They burned bodies. They burned everything in the burn pit. And my sister also got that, and she got a blood disease from it for a while. So these burn pits next on these bases would burn all kinds of shit. Toxic waste, bodies. They would throw the Iraqi terrorists in there, the ones that they killed and shit.
Well, I mean, they did. I know why they do it with bodies and stuff, because if you leave them out in the field or wherever they're at to rot, you're going to get diseases and shit.
Also true. Yeah. Now, I wasn't in the Gulf for that part. I'm not trying to make it like I was Desert Storm, you know, by myself or anything. I reported the invasion, and we were on station for 2 to 3 months.
Jody doesn't believe you. He thinks you were on a helicopter.
That's okay. I was using a helicopter's radar. So when we got locked on, I freaked the fuck out because I imagine it's like VR. Because I felt like I was over there, even though I was here. It's just kind of a trippy thing. And so we were talking to the helo and the lock-on alarms are going on. I'm fucking 20 years old going, shit, I didn't write my will.
I flew over Baghdad in a helicopter.
Well, better you than me, bro. I'm not trying to sound like America's hero. I just have a knack for running into shitty situations. But, you know, and where like this had in particular, my shipmate who was my buddy in the EOD training, he died of lung cancer. And so I'm still kind of processing that. That was recent. And so that was all it is. I didn't used to wear military shit all the time, but I keep
in contact with a group we're called MRAP people that MRAP, and a lot of them are dying from all kinds of shit, and a lot of them died way too young for shit.
Yeah. Well, and
sorry, I had to tell my animal to F off.
Hey, there's my shake, fireman.
I know.
But
right,
you know,
Santa, when we're gonna end here, Santa, stay in the back.
I'm gonna get yelled at because I'll have the panel know he sold Elf a tank top while we were engaged.
Distraction.
That sounds like a you guys problem, not a me problem.
No, it's called an elf problem.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I'll close out real quick and let everyone get to it. Thank you again for letting me on the panel, Mr. Balderson.
This is what we do here. We go in a line. We're going to start with Mr. Santa. Final thoughts on the panel. Make it quick.
I recognize I get touchy about a few things, but they're going to be the same 5 things. And Jody, I don't care if you're fucking with me. I just don't take stuff like that very personally. But I am afraid for your generation, and I hope more people start paying more attention.
Thank you, Mr. Santa. Jody, final thoughts. Make it quick.
I just hope that you get help and that Your heart could get under control. I'll eat your mushrooms, buddy.
Thank you, Jody. Adam, same thing. Final thoughts. Make it quick.
Yes, sir. Thank you again, Mr. Balderson. The Angry American too. I enjoyed coming on the panel with you guys. I learned a lot of stuff. I have great discussions with you guys, especially you, Mr. Santa. So thank you again. Hope to do it again tomorrow or whenever you guys are on again. Thanks.
Yes,
Rocky, final thoughts. Make it quick, sir.
Thanks for letting me disturb everybody by interrupting all the time. I'm an old man. I don't know how to jump in sometimes.
1776.
I was born in a long time ago.
Right?
I'm a boomer. Yeah. Blame it on me. I'm a boomer. Fuck it.
It's all your fault, Rocky. Mr. Balderson, your final thoughts.
Boomers. Boomers did it. It's all the boomers' fault. We let this shit happen. We didn't know we were being brainwashed on cartoons.
You said make it quick, not monologue.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Balderson, your final thoughts, sir.
See you guys tomorrow on Sarah Tomato's panel. Love you guys.
Yep. You guys want to stay in back for a few minutes till the outro plays? That's fine. We can say goodnight. But Salty, I need to talk to you. So, all right. Good night, everybody. Thanks for joining. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. And we will return. Good night, everybody.
Jesus saves.
Spin City. Spin City on the screen, got the room on 10. Breaking news, panel smoke, then he does it again. The bass in the morning, debauchery at night. He steps in loud and he don't back right. Clip it, post it, watch the chat explode. One more take, then he takes the road. He talks that talk with a grin and a stare. The other side's talking, he already there. Hold up, here he comes. Hands in the air, let the verdict come. No more hush, no more shade. Spin City live and the whole place sways. Spin City, Spin City. He don't play it safe. Spin City, Spin City. Bringing fire to the face. MAGA on the mic, and he says what he means. Spin City, Spin City. Shaking up the scene. In a circle, everybody wants a turn. He leans in hard, let the hot takes burn. Protest on the ticker, riot in the thread. He talks over the chaos with a raised up head. Yell a little louder, make the point land clean. Cut through the noise like a headline machine. If they come for the room, he comes right back. One more clash and the whole beat snaps. Hold up, here he comes. Hands in the air, let the verdict come. No more hush, no more shade. Spin City live and the whole place sways. Spin City, Spin City. He don't play it safe. Spin City, Spin City. Bringing fire to the face. MAGA on the mic, and he says what he means. Spin City, Spin City. Shaking up the scene. When the mics get hot and the comments fly, he laughs at the noise and he calls